I had to pull my seat up.
We waiting on other Zoom attendees? Is Councilmember Madera attending via Zoom? What's that?
I'm going to send them a separate invite. So they'll have to leave here, join in there, and then come back into this one. Yeah. Yes, sir.
This is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website and YouTube. 5 Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
The city clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. This time I'll call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera. Councilmember Davis.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst.
Present.
Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford.
Present.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Need a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to excuse a member not present.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with 1 excused absence. This time, I'd like to invite everybody present and remotely to join us in a moment of silence in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first order of business is an executive session. Looking for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses F, for the purposes of discussing the employment status of the city manager and appointment thereof. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to enter an executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. And the motion is going to carry unanimously 7-0 with 2 excused, or 1 abstention and 1 excused absence. We'll now enter executive session. We will return upon conclusion of the executive session to take action. Meeting, broadcast, and recording will remain up. The executive session is estimated to last approximately 60 minutes.
Councilmember Davis, I believe your microphone is unmuted.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have Councilmember Noble?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Okay, so we have everybody we're supposed to have?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, City Council is out of executive session. I have a letter that I wish to read. It says, "Good evening. It is with sadness that I submit this letter to you announcing that I am ending my employment with the city. This will be effective upon execution of the severance agreement. I am proud of the things that I, in collaboration with other employees, accomplished in the 21 years that I served the community. Some examples include establishing a financial reserves policy that is still in use today, setting up a laddered investment portfolio, replacing the financial management software, issuance of $139.4 million of COP general obligation and variable rate debt in 1 year, refinancing old bonds at a lower interest rate to save the community millions of dollars, restructuring the NIGID debt to save it from insolvency, negotiating the financial package for the private-public partnership for the construction of the Dick's Sporting Goods Park Stadium and associated infrastructure such as Quebec Parkway, providing the financial information for the successful 2K ballot measure for transportation, parks, and recreation capital improvements, establishing 2 new general improvement districts to finance new infrastructure, initiating an organizational development effort utilizing the Baldrige criteria and Lean Six Sigma to evaluate operations, initiate policy development, and update the city's vision, mission, and core values, contracting for services to supplement city staff, developing outcomes and objectives for accomplishing city council goals, increasing employee numbers to respond to community growth, managing the city's budget through the Great Recession and COVID-19 without laying off staff, issuing the financial tranche of the $166 million in 2K bonds, beefing up the Urban Renewal Authority to play a major future role in revitalizing the city, and initiating the Center for Innovation. There are many additional challenges for others to take on, and I wish them the best. Sincerely, Roger Tinklenberg, City Manager, City of Commerce City. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the resignation of the City Manager. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to accept the resignation of the City Manager. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I would like to state before we vote, would like to publicly thank Mr. Tinklenberg for his city service to our city for 21 years. That is certainly an accomplishment, and we appreciate the things that you've identified on the list for the work that you've done, as well as the countless other things that have gone unmentioned. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion will carry unanimously, 8-0 with 1 absence. Next up, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the severance agreement for the City Manager. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to accept the severance agreement for the City Manager. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with 1 excused absence. Next, I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue the appointment of Kathy Blakeman as acting city manager through September 30th. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to continue the appointment of Kathy Blakeman as acting city manager through September 30th. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Herder, did you have something? Okay. Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0, with one absence. We're now going to move on to statement of public comment. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak on the multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before city council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. This evening, our first speaker is James Hayes.
James, if you're on the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom. James Hayes. Mayor Huseman, I do not see James Hayes on the meeting.
All right. Do we have in-person people signed up? I'm unable to get my email at this time.
Yes, Mayor, the first person signed up for in-person comment tonight is Craig Kim.
All right. Mr. Kim?
Promise I won't yell. Craig Kim, 10856 Idalia Street. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I come before you this evening to talk about the lawsuit that was filed against Lennar from Amber Creek Metro District in 2017 and its effect it may have against the rest of Commerce City. As some of you may be aware, the reason for the lawsuit was because of how the engineer for the Independent District Engineering Services increased Amber Creek's debt by another $8 million by adding, quote, some bullshit estimate, end quote. This is just one accusation amongst the many fraud cases by the developer that could exist. Why this concerns me as being part of the North Range Metro District 1's board is because prior to the split from the attorney and accountant District 1 used, which is the same service the Reunion Metro District currently uses, is a lack of accountability developers like Lennar and Oakwood has within Commerce City, as it appears they have free reign in using the bonds for whatever they wish to. Washington, D.C.'s motto is what it truly feels like here in Commerce City, taxation without representation. Haney and Company, hired by Oakwood, who audited Reunion Metro District and North Range Metro District 1 financials, went through their financials and mainly stated it, quote, all balanced out, end quote, during their board meeting on August 2nd. My red flags went up immediately because why is Haney and Company auditing both RMD and North Range 1's North Range 1? Should the audit for North Range Metro District 1 be done by the financial institution that North Range Metro District 1 chooses and not by the same company that audited Reunion Metro Districts? Additional credits that went to the Reunion Metro District this past quarter from District 1, bond surplus, $2 million, that was there is nothing we could do to stop from this. There was nothing we could do to stop from this happening. Intergovernmental reunion operations, another approximate $1.7 million from District 1. Then there's a MALIPA that orders District 1 to release and pay another $2.4 million. Although we had to vote on this at the meeting to allow funds to be released, myself and one other voted no, but in reality, even if we all voted against it, this would cause us to default on our current debt and would affect your current home's value in the end. I have always lived by questioning myself three things I learned in the military. 1, is it moral? 2, is it ethical? And 3, is it legal? It is my request City Council hire an independent accountant to begin looking and digging into the financials of the developers to ensure Commerce City is not getting bamboozled. Annual audits are supposed to be filed with the city. My question is the city reviewing them for accuracy, or has the city been delinquent in their role to protect homeowners? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Does anybody on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Next up is going to be Joy Bishop.
Good evening, council, staff. I moved into Contra Estates at 60th and Monaco in 2018. The drain over my bathtub was leaking a gallon of orange-colored water every day. I went to the office, I asked them what was going on, and they said that the pan up in the ceiling by my heating unit had shifted, and so the rusty water was coming into my bathtub through the secondary drain instead of the main drain. So instead of hiring someone to go up there and fix it properly, the maintenance man came in, repiped everything so that the rusty water would go down the secondary drain and into the drain under my bathtub, but I have only one drain now, no secondary drain. They've done that with a lot of the heating units in the building. A few months after I moved in there, I realized that they were replacing hot water heaters without a permit, without a licensed plumber, that the maintenance people were doing the installs. I called Patrick Buckley here at City Hall. He went over and looked into it. He talked to Comcap, thought we had it all settled, but these water heaters have a blower on top. They're more complicated than the water heaters you put in your regular home. So now they figured out how to jury rig the safety switch on them. So when the blower on top of the thing quits running, they jury rig the safety switch so the hot water heater will continue to make hot water without the blower, and they turn them up as high as the hot water heater will go and run them until they completely quit working. So they're turning these things up to the highest temperature they'll go in senior apartments, putting seniors at risk of burning themselves, and running these water heaters with no blower to blow out the gas fumes that are in that little closet that's in our living rooms. They've been doing this the whole 4 years I've lived there. They also bring in new hot water heaters, take them out of the boxes, put them in empty apartments, and then when they swap one out, they tell the resident that it's a used hot water heater from another apartment, and that way they get around the resident calling City Hall and asking if there's a permit, and they get around paying the permit fees, they get around having it inspected by the city, and they get around paying the use taxes on the new hot water heater. This has all been going on for 4 years now. I've watched it. Our front door is broken. It's been broken for nearly 7 months now. Our building is not secure. Anyone can walk in the front door of our building 7/24 and do whatever they please. We have a very unsafe situation over there, and some of the agencies here in town and some of you and some of the people that work in this building need to be over there looking into it. They are not up to code. They are not going by the codes and ordinances of your city, and we want to know why they're being given a business license every year, and we want to know why the housing authority isn't stepping up to the plate and doing something. My phone number is 303-287-2177. I will talk to any of you in this room that call me about this. We want something done over there. They are trying to evict me so they can go back to practices as usual, putting people's lives in danger. And that's what's going on at a large apartment building in your city.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions for this speaker? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you for coming to speak with us. I don't have a question for you specifically, but I would just ask if staff could follow up on the concerns that were voiced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, Ms. Bishop, I just wanted to say thank you for coming forward as well. We really appreciate you hearing your concerns, and they are our concerns as well. So I want you to know that.
I just wanted it on tape and on film.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
coming in.
Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Correct? If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Members of the public were also able to submit written comments online and by mail. This says no written comments were received, but we did have written comments received by the deadline. Those are in your council packet. If anyone wishes to speak at a future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. We're going to move on to proclamations and recognitions. First up is the GFOA Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Finance Reporting. I'd like to invite Cheryl Karstens, Director of Finance, forward to discuss the award.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. Sorry about that. There was a little bit of a disconnect. In front of you are 3 awards that the city received from the GFOA. I don't know if you want to take a moment to read the certificates.
Sure. First up, we have the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Presentation Award presented to the City of Commerce City, Colorado for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2022, signed by Christopher Morrell, the Executive Director. Next up, we have the Government Finance Officers Association Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting presented to the City of Commerce City, Colorado for its annual financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2020, signed by Christopher P. Morrell, Executive Director, CEO, and also a Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting presented to the City of Commerce City, Colorado for its annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2020, signed again by Christopher Morrell, Executive Director.
Thank you, appreciate that. I am here with Teresa Wilson. She is our Deputy Finance Director. We are proud to apply for these awards each year and certainly happy that the city received these awards. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my staff. I have a great team in finance, but these awards are collaboration in combination with City Council, executive leadership, all city departments and directors and their teams. So while we appreciate getting to be here in front of you tonight to accept the awards, it is very much a team effort.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the work of your staff and the strong financial position that your work continues to put this city into. I would like to take photos with you with these, but we have another proclamation that we're going to do, and we can do the photos all in one shot instead of back and forth.
Sounds
So
great.
if you stick around close.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we're going to have a proclamation declaring Women's Equality Day in Commerce City, Colorado. We'll invite Kelly LaRue, DEI Commissioner, to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here with my family, my daughters, my son and husband, because we need allies in the fight for equality. I'm here tonight to read the proclamation for Women's Equality Day. So here it goes. Whereas we must all join the fight for fairness and equality to ensure our mothers, daughters, sisters, nieces, colleagues, and female friends are afforded the same basic rights of self-determination, as our brothers, free from government regulation, misogyny, disparate pay, and unequal power dynamics. And whereas women continue to earn 82 cents for every $1 that men earn, and hold less than 10% of chief executive roles at Fortune 500 companies in 2022. And whereas, despite the record number of women in the workforce, women continue to shoulder the majority of household tasks compared to their male partners, an issue that was only exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas, it is incumbent upon everyone in society to recognize that there is a battle ahead of us to protect the existing rights of women and work hard to restore rights for ourselves and for our daughters. Whereas in our community and others, we will join the country in recognizing that it is necessary to actively engage in fighting for equity and equality for women, and that our voices together are more powerful than the voices of just one. Now, therefore, be it resolved that maybe this is your part, I'm reading the mayor's, on behalf of the City Council of Commerce City, hereby declares August 26, 2022 as Women's Equality Day in Commerce City, and encourages all residents to join in celebrating our country's diversity and continue the efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you reading that for us. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve Proclamation 22-31.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring August 26, 2022 as Women's Equality Day in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Grimes? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion's going to carry unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. And if you'll join us up forward for a photo.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble, are you able to turn on your video camera so we can get you in the photo as well? There we go. Thank you so much.
All right, we have two more proclamations to go. First up is going to be a proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month in Commerce City. We'll ask the clerk to please read the proclamation.
Whereas Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month each year by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America, and whereas the observation started in 1968 and was expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th, and Whereas Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service, they have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of the community. And whereas these positive contributions are evident within the Commerce City community, where thriving businesses, cultural arts, and neighborhoods exist, creating a meaningful social fabric of which all residents can engage and learn. Now, therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that the City Council of Commerce City declares September 15th through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the importance of the Hispanic community within Commerce City.
Thank you, sir. This time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve Proclamation 22-32.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion is going to carry unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. Next up, we have a proclamation declaring September 16, 2022 as National Step Family Day in Commerce City. We'll ask the clerk to read the proclamation.
Whereas National Step Family Day is enhanced by our strong commitment to support the step families of our nation and their mission to raise their children, create strong family structures to support the individual members of the family, instill in them a sense of responsibility to all extended family members, and whereas approximately half of all Americans are currently involved in some form of step family relationship, and it is a vision of Christy Tusing Borgeld and the Step Family Foundation that all step families in the United States be accepted, supported, and successful. And whereas Colorado has been blessed by thousands upon thousands of loving step parents and stepchildren who are daily reminders of the joy, trials, and triumphs of the step family experience and the boundless love contained in the bond between all types of parents and children. And whereas National Step Family Day is a day to celebrate the many invaluable contributions step families have made to enriching the lives and life experiences of the children and parents of America and to strengthening the fabric of American families and society. Now, therefore, on behalf of City Council, I, Mayor Huseman, hereby proclaim September 16th, 2022 as Step Family Day in Commerce City.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to approve Proclamation 22-34.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation declaring September 16, 2022 as National Step Family Day in Commerce City. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously 8-0 with one excused absence. We're going to move on to presentations. First up is the Uli Tap Report Presentation. We'll invite Jim Tolbert, Community Development Director, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I'd like to introduce Rodney Milton, who is the head of the ULI Colorado, who is joining us tonight to do a presentation on the ULI study for the transit area. So he's got a brief presentation and he'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim. All right, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Rodney Milton. I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Land Institute, Colorado. ULI is an organization whose members shape cities and create places. And because that work is so impactful, we make sure that we connect, we convene, we elevate best practices, and we try to solve problems that communities face. So the Commerce City RTD Station Area Plan represents one of those efforts that ULI is really good at in tackling very sticky problems that our municipalities bring to us. This technical advisory panel, you'll note, was actually completed this time last year. I assumed the role that I have in January of this year. And so if council and the mayor do the math, you will recognize I was not here when this happened, right? However, I've got over a decade of experience as a city planner, particularly for the city of Atlanta, and specifically around housing affordability, housing policy, transit-oriented development. I was most recently with the city of Aurora. Grew up here. My mom used to go to the flea market all the time, so I remember that. And so just in short, you're in good hands. This is a 65 slide deck. I'm not going to go over all of those 65 slides because I fundamentally respect your time, but I wanted to provide it as a resource for you. I'm going to highlight some of the findings, some of the recommendations, talk to you a little bit about what the process is, and then answer any questions that you have, if that's okay. Going over that. All right, so our technical advisory panels really represent our ability to bring the expertise that our membership has to bear. ULI Colorado has over 1,400 members, and so what we do is municipalities and organizations bring to us problems that they want us to tackle. We convene a list of panelists that are specifically tackling those issues. So if it's transit-oriented development, we've got a transit-oriented development panelist, financial expertise. We bring all those folks together, have context and background that's fielded by the municipality, and then we convene for a couple of days to brainstorm recommendations associated with that, and that's what occurred. So thank you for the city. Thank you for Dr. Cog, who often provides the match for us to fund these endeavors. And this was our panelist that was convened last year, right? So Mark Marshall, he's the Vice President of Real Estate. He was really our affordable housing expert. John Hershey was our transit-oriented development expert. Sarah Lafferty was really involved in financing and MET districts and urban renewal development authority, trying to think about ways to tackle the financial component. And we had a number of, Gretchen Wilson was really instrumental in trails and parks, making sure that that's a connected element of this. And then Mark De La Torre was really around the visualization and making this happen. And Nick Carlson was also on the public management specialist along with Sarah. So as part of this process, keep in mind, this is sort of kicked off by Commerce City staff, so thank you for the staff bringing together a lot of the context and background information, all the planning, previous planning efforts that would allow that panelist group to really provide strong recommendations. They went through and interviewed stakeholders throughout. You'll note, as part of those stakeholders, property owners were involved in that, making sure that the recommendations are connected to implementable strategies, and so that's a key component of this. I'm not going to read this, but suffice to say what kicked this off was really the construction of the East 72nd Avenue commuter rail station and making sure that as an opportunity to leverage that station to create transit-oriented development around it. I will read each of these, and the reason why I will is because these are the questions that were asked of the panelists, questions that were asked of ULI Colorado to address, and they inform what's in the report in terms of outcomes, right? So number one, has the station changed since the stamp plan, right? The stamp plan was a foundational document that the city provided the panelists as the way forward for implementation, and does that still resonate? Does the station area still align with the city stamp vision? We know that that stamp plan was informed by lots of community engagement, so honoring that was definitely key, and seeing whether or not it still was viable. Number two, how would an urban renewal authority help maximize activities in this area, and what are the benefits? The city wanted to make sure that if that was an approach that they needed to take, that that was feasible, that what would that entail? Number three, who should lead this effort, right? Sometimes you have opportunities within transit-oriented development where the city needs to be the lead, or the developer needs to be a lead, or you need to invite someone on from the outside. That was a question that the city wanted the panelists in ULI Colorado to answer. How do you reconcile inconsistent land uses and get less interested landowners on board with the vision, right? That was an opportunity that the city wanted the panel to tackle. How best to connect the station to the west, where it's broken up by major highways. So one of the challenges that you'll note is that station area, the surrounding areas, from a connectivity and a true transit-oriented development, it's particularly challenging, right? So how could you leverage the South Platte River as a destination, as an attraction, as an amenity to catalyze this effort? And then how to drive development to have meaning ridership, right? So it is a transit station. Is it a location or is it a pass-through, right? Creating a destination effect for that station. And then finally, how do you encourage development while preserving the historic appeal and maintaining the neighborhood assets such as affordable housing. So within my slide deck, I will make sure to tackle that as well. All right, so some of the key findings in that stakeholder review, these are some of the things that that panel heard. Yes, fantastic. You have a new RTD station. I think you got to start with that as an opportunity. It's got a proximity to downtown and the National Western. You've got spectacular views. You've got available property. All these things seem to be coming together. Opportunities include you have a current comprehensive plan underway. The station area is a great opportunity. I think I said that before. And then you've got a growing population. So all of these are assets and opportunities that create some energy around this station. What are the challenges, though? Number one is lack of connectivity. A true transit-oriented development site has levels of connectivity that this site does not yet have. It's not a destination. There was an anchor institution there that is no longer there. And so there's a challenge to creating that space as a destination. It's got fractured property ownership and multiple jurisdictions. The South Platte River is not necessarily accessible and therefore divided. It lacks utilities and infrastructure. I won't go on because I don't want to depress you, but it is a challenge, right? And so that's the reason why ULI and its panelists were brought in. All right, so some of these recommendations. One of the things that I'm going to do is probably blur your vision right quick because this is a lot of slides and I don't want to go through each one of them. I do want to say that one of the key recommendations was the viability of the STAMP vision and the planning framework that was established through it. So whether or not this vision is still viable, the panel undoubtedly said, yes, it is. And so through that planning effort, this is the study area, I'm sorry, the area that we're focused on, and you can see some of the underutilized land that is existing. You've got the Platte, but it's divided by a highway. You've got connectivity issues, but there's still a level of promise given the station's area there. But the stamp itself created implementation elements to it that go through the course of several years and created implementation framework that included several steps in short, midterm, and long. And so those were honored by the Uli Tap. I'm not going to go through all of these unless anyone wants me to, but these will be accessible to you. And these are just highlights of the STAMP plan. These are visuals of opportunities for that site. We always love to provide visuals so that people can see the potential. And these are some of the TOD or transit-oriented development considerations that are other examples of other similarly situated transit stops that activated their spaces in the ways that this stop could. You know, planners like to draw nice pictures. All right, this is the trails and open space. I'm gonna speed through this a little bit. However, the goal of this recommendation was to really leverage the opportunity for trails and open space as an amenity, leading to that question of whether or not you could create a destination for this transit stop. So that you don't get dizzy, just close your eyes just for a second, or blink. But I think what this section is really doing is providing some level of connectivity and ways that you could activate trails and open space and public activity. I will state really quickly, that picture up in the corner, the right-hand corner, my right-hand corner, that's actually Atlanta, and that's Old Fourth Ward Park, which I recognize, which was a fantastic catalytic park that was actually an amenity. It was a drainage and stormwater amenity that just lit the city on fire. Keep in mind, it was also connected to transit-oriented development through the Atlanta Beltline. Actually worked for the Atlanta Beltline, so again. All right. These are other opportunities for activation of trails and open space, keeping in mind that the goal here was visualizations as to how to activate that space as a destination. Here again, taking from the stamp plan and enhancing it, providing mobility and access recommendations in the near term, in the midterm, and in the long term. Creating connectivity, establishing different methods of movement and mobility throughout, making it a bikeable, walkable destination. There are tons of recommendations associated with the ways in which you could activate that space and those spaces for mobility. I will stop here just for a moment because one of the recommendations included a recognition of what could happen from a displacement and gentrification potential. And so this group and this panel encouraged leading policies, leading with equitable development and building capital projects that will be thoughtful about the residents that are there now, understanding who's the most vulnerable to rising housing prices, and then embedding things like affordable housing, land trust, those things that create community stabilization. All right, so I'll go quickly over the housing development and affordability, keeping in mind that one of the recommendations is to bring more people to the site, right? To bring more residents and and rooftops, if you will, so that you can catalyze other uses like commercial uses, light industrial, and those things require people being there. And that's what's somewhat missing in that. So the stamp plan, it's honoring that component of it, saying that you need to increase your workforce development programs. This is sort of that gentrification and displacement mitigation strategies that include programs to help renters become homeowners, because we know in development opportunities where you've got something like this, the most vulnerable populations are renters because they have the least protections and the highest rate of mobility if things increase, and then increasing educational medical opportunities and funding small businesses. So this is another opportunity they specifically noted, and I know that there's a proposal associated with this particular project, but encouraging a low-income housing tax credit for the previously owned Urban Land Conservancy site. Right? This is a look at the type of development that you'd want to see around a transit-oriented development station, keeping in mind that there's balance between medium-density infill and high-density infill. This section, I won't necessarily go into detail, but what the panelists wanted to make sure of is that the city had a clear understanding of what their role and your role could be in this endeavor. And so making sure that one of the questions that was asked was who should take the lead, and it was defined as the city should take the lead in this particular instance. I will note this, that through your capital improvement program, one of the things that's lacking in this area is comprehensive infrastructure, right? Roads, sidewalks, and the like, and that's something that the city can take the lead on in catalyzing other development opportunities. I like this. Don't initiate a TIF or a tax increment finance, but provide as a tool for private development in various areas within the urban renewal area. That was a particularly instrumental insight. Okay. It does go into funding strategies. I won't go into funding strategies. Suffice to say that you have a model for how to finance these that includes varying tools. It includes a near-term easy win improvements to begin to draw development to the area. So sidewalks, tree lawn, landscape improvements of really activating the space. This is a long-term, this is a financial assessment and analysis related to a tax increment financing approach. And then conclusion. So again, key takeaways. This truly is a great site for transit-oriented development. It's not often that you have a transit site within proximity to underutilized land. Oftentimes, it's either utilized or it's not necessarily programmed for. Embracing the South Platte River, making sure that as you're thoughtful about development around the space, that trails and open space as a destination and amenity are being embedded into your thinking about how to activate the space. And then finally, keep implementing the STAMP plan and conduct community outreach for 10-year check-ins. I will stop there and open it up for any questions. Again, my apologies for if I went too fast. I didn't see anybody try to stop me, but thank you for the opportunity to really go through this just in a high level. I'm here all week. I'm here to serve you. ULI is Colorado, and from an implementation standpoint and next steps, we're definitely here to support you.
Thank you for tonight's presentation. I just had one question to you for staff. This isn't the presentation that was originally given to us in our packet. I'm curious why.
I'm going to have to look to community development, but maybe a question for you, ma'am, just to make sure that I'm on the same page. This is the first presentation that we've actually had the ULI team come in and share their findings and recommendations. I do believe, and I could be mistaken, that the actual report, which is obviously of a different construction as far as the delivery of that information, has been shared and is up on our website, but maybe just a little bit more information to help me out, ma'am.
Okay. Well, in our packet, I'm talking about the presentation from April, it said, and from the ULI Land Institute. That's the one I'm referring to.
I'm going to call on the Community Development Director to provide any clarification.
Now, I do know there was one technical challenge to me getting this to you. It's a massive document, and so I sent it, but I don't.
Because does any other council members receive this presentation? Okay, because see, I would like the one pulled up, the presentation that was sent to the mayor and the other council members in our packet, because I had some questions in regarding to that presentation. I haven't seen this presentation until tonight.
Was it a truncated version?
How is it compared to the report?
It's summary.
You might want to get that explanation.
So you're speaking to the
I think what
actual
was in the packet.
report
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
in the packet.
Yeah.
Well, it's the one that was like 30 or 50 some pages.
The 36th page would actually be the ULI Tap Report.
Right, that's what I'm referring to, but I still didn't see this report. But can that be pulled up?
She would like the
report.
attachment of the report to be pulled up,
The TAP report.
the TAP report.
Can you do that?
Thank you for that clarification, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And so no one knows why this presentation was provided? I don't see it in my pack, and that I'm aware of. No other council members have received it.
I believe it's my understanding, and maybe Mr. Milton can qualify, is that the presentation tonight is just a summarization of the key highlights and takeaways from the actual TAP report that you find in your packet.
Okay, because that's why I'm confused. In the TAP report, a lot of concerns are not addressed in this presentation. For example, it states that problems residents have coped with is a lack of a safe connectivity, damage or incomplete sidewalks, fast-moving traffic, and limited neighborhood services. That was in there. So I'm just wondering, why there's so many, this wasn't mentioned in that presentation. Also, if you can go to slide 20. Okay, that states that currently the site visit of the station lacks secondary access, which would be essential for emergency service vehicles to reach any future development. And it says the panel proposed the following options, and it lists all of those. So has that been addressed yet, that there's no access for emergency service vehicles? Because that's a main concern. If residents are going to be living in that area, how is emergency service vehicles going to enter that location?
Yeah. So just for clarity, number one, the report, the presentation I provided you is a condensed version of highlights within the full report, because the report isn't in a presentation style. But that recommendation, that observation that you just mentioned was identified, and then recommendations associated with that observation are embedded in the report. Whether or not they've been actualized, that's where we are now, in the sense of how do you begin to address those? And there's ways that the recommendations inform the city as to how to move forward, either through a TIF and financing it, embedding it in your capital improvement program, those sort of things. But it's a recommendation now, based on observations from stakeholder interviews and community engagement.
Okay, because my questions are more for staff. What are we doing, though, to make sure that there is access for essential emergency vehicles to get into that area? What is the city staff doing about that?
So I appreciate the question, ma'am, and I'm going to try to walk through this. So the property that's in question, based on the site west of the station, is currently what we have commonly called it the Fernald site, or that is the Brandon sand and gravel excess storage that they have as part of their operations out in the county. So we currently don't have the ability to influence the construction and or development of that site. What this comment is making in reference, that when the developer or when the property owner is willing to take it from its current kind of outdoor storage and or support of the Brandon sand and gravel, which if you can see on the map, ma'am, the P, just kind of north of that original oval, is where you find the current sand and gravel operations, is that the city and or the owner, developer, in addition to RTD, will need to work together in providing acceptable access across the train tracks in order for there to be able to have the emergency service vehicles needs and or just general vehicular and pedestrian movement. That won't occur until they are ready to annex, develop, and then work through those various agreements with all necessary entities, and in addition to South Adams County Fire and Sand, to ensure that it meets its necessary improvements or requirements. But that won't happen until they're actually ready to do something above and beyond what's currently operating on that site, which is, quite frankly, very limited in its use in storage.
Because that's concerning to me, if we're wanting to put more residential homes in that area, and there's not, even in the report, it says it's essential to, have access for emergency service vehicles. And then moving on, can you go to slide 21, where it states roadways and street camp improvements, currently improvements are complete on Colorado Boulevard between 70th and 72nd Avenue. For staff also, were the 72nd Avenue improvements completed?
Yes, ma'am. They are now working on extension of those improvements south of 72nd to 70th, and I do believe the improvements will continue further south to 68th. But I believe we can tap our public works team who are in the meeting tonight to confirm that for us.
Yeah, because I would like an answer to that, because like I said, we keep wanting to put up houses, but none of the health and safety issues concerns are being addressed. Like I said, and I also want to know, it said there was a four-way stop that was going to be put up on 72nd Avenue. Has that been looked into yet, or is it up already?
Yes, ma'am. The 72nd Avenue, as part of various development entitlements, will be required to help facilitate a forced stop movement intersection at this time. Obviously, when that development of the Brandon Sand and Gravel and the properties to the west of the station is to occur, obviously enhanced signalized crossing and/or for vehiculars and pedestrian will be considered at that time. But I have our CIP manager, Mr. Mike McGoldrick, here to confirm and/or share some information.
So the four-way stop isn't there, correct?
In a stop condition, ma'am. But Mr. McGoldrick, if you can expound on my comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Yes, he described quite accurately what's going on with 70th to 72nd. That has been completed, and we are under design now in Colorado Boulevard from 70th down to 68, and that will include improvements for pedestrian and bicycle access going south, so that we will have a multimodal friendly corridor all the way from 72nd down to 68th.
So how come the four-way stop signs are not up yet?
I don't believe those have met the warrants yet, ma'am. I will look into that, give you a more definitive answer.
Okay. All right, and then later on in the meeting, it says we're voting for a 90-unit development in that area, but yet a 60-unit area in the similar site was denied due to lack of public infrastructure such as sidewalks, lighting, etc., benches. Have we put any improvements in this area yet? Because why was that area denied, but yet this area doesn't have the same things?
So, good question, ma'am. The reference of the 66-unit denial wasn't in particular to city actions. That was actions taken by CHAFA, Colorado Housing Finance Authority, in regards to that 66 units request for 9% LIHTC tax credit. So to help fund a significant amount of the underwriting for that project, CHAFA goes through various scoring criteria, in particular that there are quantitative measures and qualitative measures. And in the qualitative measures, you have to be able to demonstrate that you have certain improvements that will enhance pedestrian access to multimodal transportation systems, in this case, the commuter rail station. At that time, the improvements in which Mr. McGoldrick had outlined with respect to 72nd and down to 70th were not in place. So CHAFA, in regards to that aspect of the scoring criterion, did not find it favorable. Since that time, that 66-unit project, based on that same criteria, was able to meet that request and was able to receive approval by CHAFA. The 66-unit project was approved by City Council in 2020 based on a PUD zone document that was evaluated and reviewed by the council at that time.
Okay, so why don't we put improvements in before the development?
So that is I would say that is a great philosophical conversation to have with respect to areas such as the commuter rail station. You know, one of the things that's been outlined by the stamp is that some will be driven by development, others will entice. And I think that's where Mr. Milton was going with, is that we have a great opportunity to be able to blend and to balance that approach as we look at activating that area. As you may know, when we think about urban renewal is an ability to leverage that as a tool and as a resource that for certain infrastructure that may be too costly for development, that may be too much of a barrier to entry, we as a city will be able to have that infrastructure put in place before they actually want to develop, which will then allow for them to do other infrastructure in place of. So it is very much a joint effort. And like I said, some things you put in, some things you wait, because like I said, it will be driven by the type of development. So that is one thing that we will be evaluating as we're moving forward with the Uli Tap Report in support of our formation of an urban renewal authority in and around the commuter rail station, and obviously in support of development as we start to become more aware of what property owners want to do to meet that vision.
Then the TAP report also mentioned that there should be some art around that area. Has anyone from the city contacted the Cultural Council, who normally picks out the art, for the city to get any art going in that 72nd Avenue area?
We have not, ma'am. We haven't taken those steps to initiate discussion of a public art program within that area. There are areas that are within the city and areas obviously that are outside within unincorporated Adams County. So there will need to be a joint partnership in that. And like I said, the first thing that's really going to help kick that off for us to understand what that partnership means is that formation of the Urban Renewal Authority and how we can then look at providing those resources across, like I said, roadway infrastructure, park infrastructure, art infrastructure, and even private development infrastructure so that we have a holistic picture.
Because that's my concern, if the city staff has read the report, because there's so many things that were addressed last year in the report and then this year, and nothing has been done that was suggested in that TAP report. So that's one concern I have. And then if you can go on to slide 26. Because since last week, the mayor and city council went over the budget. And for the capital improvement projects, I strongly feel that the suggested balances and recommendations for those street improvements on 72nd Avenue be started in the budget, such as that sidewalk lighting, et cetera, and that it be added to the budget for the 70th Avenue and 72nd, all the way down to Colorado Boulevard, because like I said, that's in the report, but nothing seems to like it was done or anything.
Going back to Mr. McGoldrick, I believe he just made reference to the improvements along Colorado Boulevard that will extend down to 68th Avenue, which are already funded and under design.
Okay. Well, when are they going to start those areas? And that's what I don't understand.
I will call Mr. McGoldrick back up to answer your question, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. So the question was regarding when the construction of Colorado from 68th to 70th is to be begun and completed. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that is under design. We just received the 30% design from the consultant on Friday, I believe it was. So we'll be going through that review, and I would expect we'll have a few more months, probably towards the end of the year, that we hope to have a design that's at a level we can bid. And that would lead to a timetable of early in the coming year of starting construction. We have a deadline of 2024, early 2024, that we need to have that built based on the financing with CDOT, and we expect to hit that deadline.
So what about on 70th Avenue and 72nd Avenue? That area?
That area of Colorado?
Right off of 70th Avenue and 72nd.
That portion of Colorado was constructed completed about a year and a half ago, I believe.
No, well, that's another question. On slide 26, are any of the community development block grants that we vote on later today going towards this development area?
The community development director is stating no.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because like I said, that's just a concern I have. A lot of things mentioned in that TAP report seems like we haven't even addressed, and especially the safety and health issues for that land development. So I just wanted to let, if staff can look into that further, because it seems like there was a lot of recommendations, and I appreciate you giving the presentation, but a lot of things included in that TAP report haven't seemed to be completed yet. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you. I would really like to have a copy of the report that you just presented, even though it was a condensed presentation. I would like to have a copy of that. I have so many of the concerns that Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas also has. In your presentation, you had and I don't know which slide it was. It was talking about the relocation of Brannon. And I really didn't get to look at that. So I can either look at it now or make sure that I get that as a copy of the presentation that you gave tonight. Brannon is not the only industrial operation in that area. So we have a cement mixing company, we have a company that has trucks going in and out of it to take ice cream to neighborhoods. And there's a lot of other like casting industries over there. And this area is very, 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 I don't even know what the word for it is. It's very highly unusual. It has so much industry that is packed in right next to residential. And I really feel that those things need to be addressed before we really consider moving ahead with major plans. It just seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse. And I also don't want it to be where we close the barn door after all of the animals are out. And so I have major concerns about this, although I do appreciate you coming in and giving the presentation because we do need to know about this. But if those concerns can be looked at prior to us moving forward on any of this, I think that would be highly beneficial for not only the council, but for the people who are living in that area, because they're the ones who are going to be impacted further than they already have been. So thank you.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Milton, for coming in. Really appreciated you also speaking to the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Committee 2 months ago as well about this. It's certainly an area that a lot of us have an interest in, first in terms of rehabbing it, if you will, and secondly, in activating it and making it into a really viable town center. Could you tell me though, on the list of people that you were engaged with on developing the project, I didn't see residents among the list of stakeholders. Were residents invited?
So typically, yes, there is community engagement. I can't say, obviously, having not been a part of the engagement process, I'm trying to go back to that slide. But that's a great question, and I can make sure that I find an answer for you. And the method of engagement for the community, because I do know a fair amount of the community's concerns are embedded and the recommendations are embedded in the observations from the panel.
Right. I don't know if they came from us or if they came from folks who actually live in the area or would be making use of it. And I thank Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas for pointing out all of the opportunities that exist that were detailed in this. And I wondered from staff, when we have these reports in the future that come in to, back to the city, if it can be, well, let me rephrase that. How could it be integrated in our process so that as we move forward, we're making decisions that take into account this kind of information? For example, if we're making land use decisions or rezoning decisions, annexation decisions, et cetera, they all would have some connection to this report. And it would be good to have this kind of information in a timely fashion so that we have it earlier than later.
Thank you for that question, ma'am. So two-prong answer to that. One, with respect to this particular report and just thinking about this or extrapolating this out, with this type of report, there would be needed some kind of formal action taken by the council via resolution and or via ordinance for various recommendations being pulled out and having some level of policy or legal teeth behind it. Without that action, what we are left with and what is, I would say, been indicative of our comp plan update process with respect to this report is trying to weave those recommendations and that information into more of the specific land use designation, transportation policies, amenities policies, and other environmental initiatives and or health that will end up in the comp plan more globally. So it will factor in at a high level from an advisory aspect with the comp plan update. But if you're looking for more kind of boots on the ground or where the rubber meets the road, it would have to be some formal action truly taken by the body of 9 as, like I said, through a resolution or through an ordinance that allowed for it to stand as an additional policy document for review and criteria, and having that relate back to our various approval criteria within our land development code.
Well, that's good to know. And that's another reason why getting it earlier when the report was first issued would have been really helpful to have the presentation then. So if we can try and minimize the time between the issuance and when we hear the information, that would help make us help with us making those kinds of decisions, because I, along with other council members, were participants in this, and it would be really, I really had wanted to see the outcome. So it's good that we're presenting it tonight and the community can hear it as well. So thank you very much for bringing it forward to us, Mr. Milton. I think that ULI did a great job in highlighting, as I said, a lot of opportunities for us. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you being with us tonight for the report and for giving us the presentation. Thank you again. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chief Vincent would like to invite you forward for your presentation on the South Adams County Fire Protection District update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you can tell, firefighters, we travel in packs, so once we're on an engine together, I guess we always stay together. So, to the right of me is my Deputy Chief, Ken Koger. He was also a longtime volunteer, board member, and now he's Deputy Chief of Support. This is Fire Marshal Division Chief Randall Wiggum, Chief Mechanic Miles Miller, and Training Officer Chief Hackbarth. Sorry. Hackenberg, Hackbarth, we've got so many of them. So I've come to present tonight on a few things. The first thing is tomorrow is our Engine 26 push-in ceremony for deceased Detective Kurt Holland. South Adams County Fire Department is welcoming our new engine to our fleet, Engine 26. It'll be dedicated to fallen Commerce City Police Officer Detective Kurt Holland. The engine will be housed at Station 26 and will proudly serve the community. Our honor guard and firefighters, chief staff, and Commerce City Police personnel will complete the traditional push-in ceremony. The push-in ceremony dates back for more than 100 years. At a time before fire trucks were motorized and operated with horse-drawn equipment. In those days, firefighters had to push their trucks into the station after a call. Tomorrow, the push-in ceremony will be modified for safety reasons in addition to Engine 26 dedication to Detective Kurt Holland. In the memorial apparatus in 2015, Chief Koger was board president and came on an idea of honoring our military veterans in Commerce City that have died in the line of duty, as well as police and fire. Each of our stations are dedicated to deceased line of duty deaths in military and police. And they're introducing, we introduce local fallen fire military heroes. And so we have dedicated Truck 24 and now Tower 24 to the Adams County Deputy Heath Gum, and now we'll be honoring Detective Kurt Holland. And our other stations, 22, 28, they have military veterans that were in Commerce City, that grew up in Commerce City and died in the line of duty in the military. So I have some invitations here. I'll leave them for tomorrow. We'd like to see you all there if you can. 10 a.m. at Station 26. So we'd love to see you all there. The second part of this presentation is in, I believe, 2016, 2017, we came to council when I believe Councilman Ford was mayor at the time on impact fees. And the impact fees were something that was really important to our fire district and our sustainability. We run a 5-year sustainability over and over, so every year it's 5 years out to plan. We plan for growth in Commerce City as much as we can. And we wanted to and thank council then and now for allowing us still to do the impact fees. And I want to explain to the council on some of what this equipment does and why we purchase it and why it's beneficial as the most commonly the north area growing is what a lot of this equipment is dedicated to. But it also helps us down south as well. In our fire jurisdiction, we don't hold north and south. We're just one department. We have 6 stations. We don't in our language we don't do north and south. We're all one big department. However, the way that we position our equipment is the way we position our stations throughout the city. So this first piece of equipment here, this is an air trailer. It's a mobile air trailer. It's quite the impressive unit. It can fill air bottles. It's got a light tower on it, and it comes from actually I think the Los Angeles Fire Department had this. Wasn't up to their specs for some reason, and we were able to pick this air trailer up, remodified it for our department, but it's mobile, so you can take this out to a fire and you can fill air bottles with this all day long. So, and it also has a big enough generator to do to power some certain things. So a lot of versatility on this air trailer that was used partially from impact fees. Do I just hit this clicker here? Which button?
Hit the right button.
The right one? Yep. Okay. This is a blocker or a scorpion. South Adams County is the first fire department in the state of Colorado to have one of these. Firefighters get killed quite often on roadways these days. So we have a thing that's called TIMS. It's a traffic safety system where we take a fire truck and block a road as we have an accident. In January, we had one of our truck companies get hit and almost killed one of our firefighters. He was in the hospital for quite a while. He's still out on light duty as we speak today. And so not only that, but the fire apparatus received around $500,000 worth of damage. When these fire apparatuses go out, it's not like there's a 2-week turnaround. They're out for 6 to 8 months. So we have to be able to backfill not only the personnel that get hurt, but also the fire equipment. So this particular vehicle was used half of impact fees and half out of our capital budget. This vehicle is made to take an impact, I believe, of 60 miles an hour from a fully loaded semi. And the driver does not, the words of the sales rep is they don't feel a thing. You'll see these out from CDOT. A lot of construction companies are starting to use them. So the idea of this is to get this out, definitely in inclement weather, but to get it out as many scenes as possible. Because in our TIMS, when we get an accident, there's another engine or truck that blocks the traffic, and that could come from a different department, or it could be one of ours that blocks the road. So if we get something that has a lot of severity, our fire trucks are pulled out of service, can be for hours. where this would take place of that. So it's a pretty neat piece of equipment. Again, we're the first fire department in the state of Colorado to have one of these, and we really want to be the innovativeness on moving forward. So, and there's a whole bunch of other versatile component to this vehicle, but we're going to get it out and test it and see. But I'm pretty excited about that. Again, all from the help of impact fees. I was going to say next slide, but that's me. This is our Station 26 dedication to Kurt Holland. These are plaques that go on our stations. I'm going back to the first part of the speech on this that you'll see on Station 26 tomorrow. So this is our Tower 24. This is made by Pierce. Again, we use partial impact fees that buy other pieces of apparatus that go up north, frees us money to not only take care of the north area, but the south area. This is located at Station 24 off of Rosemary. And it's a pretty neat piece of equipment. It's a 100-foot platform. It's used for rescue operations, obviously firefighting operations. But our last tower truck that we had was, I believe, a 1978 Mack that we obviously liquidated a while back. And so we purchased this tower last year. This is a pretty special project with these gentlemen behind me. We needed a new hazmat vehicle. Commerce City has probably the most hazardous material prone district, or at least in the fire world, than most other cities in Colorado. We have the only refinery in the state of Colorado, but there's a lot of hazardous materials. Our hazardous material vehicle was about a little over 35 years, somewhere around that, 35 years old. And so we got together and thought, well, what could we do when you're on a hazmat scene? Usually on those for hours, if not sometimes days. They can be that long. Again, there's no bathrooms, there's no relief. You're on a hazmat scene, they can be pretty grueling. So hazmat vehicle, if we were to order one off Pierce or try to build one, we're going to say right around $1 million. We had this crazy idea to take a motorhome and turn it into a hazmat vehicle called HazCom. This vehicle is not only geared with the most state-of-the-art hazardous material, but it's also a mobile command unit. After the Marshall fires, we really wanted to step up our response for Commerce City. We have some same land areas off of 112th and Chambers that kind of mimic the Marshall area of what happened. And we wanted to beef up our command system as well as our hazmat. So we thought we're gonna go and find, this is, if for those of you that is not into RVing or any of that, this is a toy hauler, one of the few motorhomes that have toy hauler. And so we found this. We were lucky to even get a unit in Colorado. We took this unit, put our minds together, and we turned this unit from a motorhome into what we call HazCom. Of course, it's got this particular unit. We thought motorhomes have bathrooms, they have, generators, they have everything that you need to be, showers, they have everything that you need to be on a scene for a long period of time. So we took this for $186,000, we got it for, and we remodeled it into a HazCom unit. It has a sophisticated camera system on it. It's got air monitoring. It has weather monitoring. It has all the hazmat. And the inside of it is a mobile command unit where we have radio systems, you name it, is inside of this thing, where this thing could be on a scene for literally a week's time if it had to, and operate a scene for that long. It's just a fantastic idea. Our chief mechanic behind me was one of the front runners on getting this done. So this vehicle was really nice. We bought this brand new. We take it right down to and all of our auto body shop stuff and things we use as diversified in Commerce City. So a lot of the stuff that we do, we try to keep a lot of the stuff in the city, to help the businesses out as well. So this is over at Diversified. They sand the whole thing and up. Well, we're going back and forth. That's the tower. Man, that's pretty. Is that all the HazCom pictures we have? Okay, I'm going to jump back to that. Okay. So as you can see in this slide here, that's what it looked like, and that's what it is today. And it is, we have a group, North Area Chiefs. There's some other chiefs outside of the North Area that have seen this. This is absolutely just a brilliant idea. The back end of it, where the normal toy would go for a UTV or ATV, that's where the rehab area is and where firefighters and hazmat crews will get changed. So just to let you know, in a hazmat scene, when you come out of a hazmat scene, it's not uncommon to strip down to nothing, depending on what you're dealing with. Before, we have these makeshift showers and stuff that you have. We're here, they'll be able to do this out of the elements and, of course, out of any kind of view of anybody else. So the back end of that's kind of a garage. They're already built for chemical resistance, so the back end of it is all for rehab, and it's got a deck that comes out the whole 9 yards. So really, really, really nice how it turned out. So again, it was a multicolored deal. They stripped it, painted it to make it look like apparatus, and then our chief mechanic and maintenance division did all the wiring, lights, the whole 9 yards. So there it is out on the road. It was in the Memorial Day Parade. But this is one, so out of the end of the day, when we talk about, tax-paying dollars, impact fees, this unit here would, if we were to take off Pierce, would be well over $1 million and about $250,000, and we're out the door with the new hazmat plus a critical incident response unit that can be out on scenes for long periods of time. One of our pride and joys. And then again, this is the tower, and then this is the Kurt Holland Engine 26. This piece of equipment was purchased completely with impact fees because it's stationed in the north area. So impact fees paid for this whole engine. So I want to let council know we're really, we have 5-year sustainability plans, and our goal is not to collect these impact fees as some savings or added to our capital budget. These impact fees are made to cover the development in the north area. So this is a state-of-the-art Pierce engine with an EMS cab. We're going to be running ALS units on our engines here coming January. It's the chrome out option to help with rust and everything else. So that's why you see the chrome out options on the wheels, the bumper. And I don't know if you all been in any fire trucks or engines lately, but they're built in the side of them like cockpits of airplanes. So pretty sophisticated. So we're pretty happy to have this through. Also, the building that you're looking at with this HAZCOM is what we call the Pound. So we purchased the old Adams County Animal Shelter on 104th and Fulton. 10705 Fulton, I believe. We were looking at building a new training facility. And again, I asked my folks in our entire department to be innovative. And we took this animal shelter that had over like 800 or something dog kennels in it, and we turned this into a training facility. We were going to build a 12,000 square foot building on our existing property, and it would have been between 10 and 12 million. And we picked this up for around $6 million, and we've put a couple million into it. It has a state-of-the-art workout facility. And the objective is to train. The way that those drains and everything from the animals and everything, the way this thing was designed is just a training dream. So our training chief to the left of me, Chief Ackbarth, is head of this division, and Chief Koger was a big part of turning this into a training facility. I believe it is the biggest indoor training facility in the state of Colorado for firefighters. It's being used as of today. We started an academy, fire academy, that involves Brighton Fire Department, Arvada Fire Department, us, and Westminster Fire Department. So we're doing these things collaboratively, but this building has capabilities of, we'll have a generator on there, so if we have emergency things where we need to put a lot of people, this facility can do it. We're also standing up our own EOC, Emergency Operations Center. We've met with some folks with the emergency management side here in Commerce City, and some other folks with the county. So when Commerce City does get, we do get any kind of disaster, we can activate an EOC. We have room that would fit well over 100 people. We're having all the bells and whistles for everything you need for the EOC. So the EOC will be a component of this as well. And indoor training, there'll be an indoor prop that'll be kind of a structure inside of this that will do that. We have a couple classrooms, and we have showers, we have a sauna. A lot of people are like, a sauna. Saunas are big in detoxification and fire, so that's also going into this building. But when we look at, impact fees had a lot to play in this as well. So I wanted to let council know just an update on what we spend impact fees for. I know we give a list of that every year. However, we just wanted to give you some visuals on some of this stuff and how it's helped our department. It's huge. It's really big. When we talk about some of the north area being developed, we don't really care if it's housing, commercial, industrial. It doesn't matter to us, but what matters to us is that we plan properly so we can cover these areas no matter what is there. So we just want to do a presentation, and then of course the Kurt Holland deal. So I really appreciate your time. Just wanted to give an update.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that update. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to extend and thank you so much for giving this presentation and let us know what's going on in the city. And I had the honor at the National Night Out to jump up in a fire truck and then realized, okay, how am I going to get out? So you guys do an outstanding service for the city and appreciate everyone's hard work. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just tell you how much I appreciate what you do for our community, the safety of our public. But you guys have been, especially you, Chief, very innovative in where you've taken the department from growing up into this community to where it is today. And to see some of these apparatuses that you acquire to make sure our community's safe. That tower, of course, is going to come in handy because we're getting taller buildings. There's hotels on their way. So thinking outside the box, I think the Pound facility, I was there, is a great facility as well. And I look forward to continuing to partner with South Adams Fire from the city's perspective. So thanks for everything you guys do. I'm going to try to make it tomorrow if I can, but with my work schedule, I don't know if that'll be a possibility. But good luck.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would also like to echo the sentiments that we truly appreciate your commitment to keeping our community safe. You guys are great. You've always been great, and I know so many of you, and you're just fantastic. So know that we appreciate you. I'd also love to commend you on the HAZCOM. You took the initiative to really think outside the box. I think you built your own box there.
Yeah.
And the innovative creativity with coming up with that, you're to be applauded for that. So thank you so much. And I will try to be there tomorrow morning as well. It's a last minute invitation, so I'll try to work it in. I would love to be there. So just wanted to say thanks.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I just had one last comment. Be great if you would introduce your colleague in the back over there.
Yeah, this
I know how much she does for you guys.
The true rock star back there is Maria, and she is just absolutely amazing. She, from anything from what will go on tomorrow to golf tournaments to making us look good. She is the rock star behind it all. So she's amazing. It's nice too. She's grown up in the community, went to school in the community, so really knows a lot of folks. So yeah, she's the the brains behind the making us look good. So appreciate Maria. She wouldn't come up here. I said, "You got it." She goes, "No, I'm not going up there."
She had to know I was going to.
Yeah.
Thank you. All I want to thank you again for the presentation, for the update on all the new equipment. It's always exciting whenever you get new equipment. I know it's going to help to keep our community safer. So thank you for all the innovation and everything to make sure that that's continuing to move forward in that manner. I wish I could be there tomorrow. As you know, we have area boards meeting tomorrow, which is about the same time. So unfortunately, I won't be able to be there for the push-in ceremony, but I do send my well wishes for it. Thank you for continuing to honor those fallen with your buildings and with your trucks. It is a phenomenal thing that your department does, and I greatly appreciate that. I do have one question that came to me from a community member, and she is concerned that the annual spaghetti dinner has still not returned back to the high school. Can you shed some light on any plans in the future to bring that back to the high school?
Absolutely. So, COVID is the main culprit behind why we don't have it at the high school. So the first year, which would have been in 2020, I believe, we said, let's do a drive-through. And it was amazing. I mean, I can't believe how many people, came out to do that. And so we did it again last year. And, with COVID and anything else that comes out now, the school district, along with us, is kind of in a little bit of a bind on, how do we pull that off? It's one thing to have an open event, but when it's the fire department and you have an open event and there's some kind of outbreak, we kind of get, a little bit sensitive or, try to think about some of those things. And the drive-through is such a hit that the amount of staff and hours it takes to do that dinner is a lot. Again, Maria's one of the main organizers behind it, and it's a tradition that's been going on for well over 60 years, and it's a big hit. And as we want to bring it back to the high school, it's nice to have it in two separate locations because it gives folks from all around the community to get in to the firehouse that is, we do it at two stations, Station 8, Station 3. So it's kind of the community, kind of a way to get in some of those firehouses, take a look around. Station 8, you get a drive in there. So we felt that it was a little bit more beneficial and just a better process than having it at the high school. With some of the new things coming out too with health department after COVID, it's kind of hard to go in there. And it's a pretty big setup when we do it at the high school. As much as we want to do it there, it's kind of not a school district deal as much as it is a fire department. And this way to us is a little bit more innovative and a little bit easier on our folks. And we still get the dinner, still the same spaghetti and so on and so forth. So, but we do want to modify for some of those folks that do. That can't get there either by car. We can deliver, spaghetti, all day long if we need to. So, I say that, graciously, but we can do that. We take dinners to AdCom, sometimes to folks in Connor Estates and stuff like that. So, we still do some of that stuff, but it is very difficult now to host an event at a high school. I've had thoughts now that we've purchased what we call the pound. That's definitely big enough to hold, a spaghetti dinner of some type there. So maybe in the future, we'll see if we ever do it at a stationary location. But as for now, it's the drive-through.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, like my fellow council members, I want to show my appreciation from our community. And without extending that too long, if you guys get a call from Captain Hahn at the State Patrol, who's in charge of Hazmat, I sent a picture of your guys' new HazCom and said the state needs one or two of these. So, and I identified a funding source for him as well. So maybe you'll get a phone call soon.
Yeah, if you need to see it live just to go into it a little bit further, it's got a camera on it and it's on a 25-foot mast and it comes up and it can zoom in. It can read a license plate probably all the way out in Quebec. So that's nice for us if we get on a scene, no matter what it is. You can use the cameras. It'll also have a drone, and again, all the air monitoring equipment and you name it, it's on there. So.
Councilmember Noble.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Chief. Wow, that's really impressive, all of the innovation that's going on and creativity. And really like what you did by converting the animal shelter. I remember you talking about it to us on the Fire Commission some months ago. So that's really great. I had accepted the invitation for the for the event tomorrow. And I'm here, unfortunately, because I'm contagious right now. So I won't be joining you. I want to keep all of you healthy so you can continue to serve our community. But have a wonderful event tomorrow morning. And thank you for all the work that you do for us. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much. I loved the presentation and seeing all the new equipment. I just had one question about, I think you called it the Stinger. Is there a video that you get to see of this thing in action before you like put somebody in it?
You can go on YouTube and type in, what's that fire department? Dayton Fire Department blocker or stinger, and there's a video that they made of it, kind of, what it does and everything. It is a pretty neat piece of equipment. As it deploys, if you don't want anything to get hit, but there's a part of us that wants this thing to get hit, just because because we can, say how worthwhile it was. Now there's the fire department in Texas, the first week they had it, it was hit twice. So it's really neat. If it gets hit, usually there's two pieces of that Scorpion Stinger. There's two pieces. So usually one gets hit, but they don't have to replace this one. And the place right across from our Station 4 houses these. So it's a 30-minute change out. It just pops off and pops back in. So our insurance company's really happy about it. The rest of the chiefs in the area want to see how it works, but I believe South Adams will be the start of, and you'll start seeing other departments start having these out there. So we got a plan to get it out there, and especially in inclement weather. So pretty exciting. And again, if it wasn't for impact fees of doing this, because it will respond up north, it'll be everywhere. We couldn't do these things, but this all has to relate to around trying to keep up with the growth in Commerce City. And I think not going on another trail, but the council does a good job in economic development and letting us know what's coming, whether it comes in or not. It gives us a really, really good projection on how to plan. So, but this wouldn't be, we wouldn't be able to do it without the impact fees have helped so much to get some of this stuff, and it really frees up other things to, that fire truck you just looked at, they're $800,000. Here in a couple of years, it'll be $1 million. It's not cheap, so they really, really help out.
Very cool. Thanks so much.
Yep.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to speak once again. So I just wanted to say thank you, Maria, for coming up and standing with everyone else. I want you to know that I used to call Maria Wonder Woman because I wondered how she got everything done that she manages to get done. She's amazing. And the other thing I wanted to say, would you please take back our appreciation and let all of the other fire protectors who are not here tonight know how much we appreciate them.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks again, Chief, appreciate it. Thanks
Alrighty.
again to all the other support staff that is here, appreciate everything you do on a daily basis, all the firefighters, the first responders, EMS, everybody out there, thank you very much for everything you do.
All righty, thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 11 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anybody on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion or consideration? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Second. Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of the July 11th, 2022 special meeting, minutes of the July 18th, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the August 1st, 2022 regular meeting, minutes of the August 8th, 2022 special meeting, ordinance 2407, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Funds in the amount of $422,541 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2408, an ordinance amending the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to specify term limits of board and commission members of the Derby Review Board, Youth Commission, Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board, Senior Commission, and Veterans Commission. Ordinance 2409, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Dr. Cog Safer Main Street Program grant in the amount of $2,720,000 and the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2410, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Pool Special Initiative 2022 grant in the amount of $12,500 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2022-72, a resolution granting a utility easement to United Power Incorporated for construction, operation, maintenance, replacement, enlargement, reconstruction, improvement, inspection, repairs, and removal of utility, electrical, and communications facilities, and all fixtures and devices appurtenances thereto on city property generally located at US 76 and Peoria Street. Resolution 2022-77, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for design and pre-construction services for the 96th Avenue widening project to Hewitt Zollers Incorporated. Resolution 2022-85, a resolution vacating an easement at approximately 7001 Colorado Boulevard. Resolution 2022-86, a resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
And Councilmember Noble?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, consent agenda passes 8-0 with one absent. I have to tell you, Mr. Gibson, I feel like you and I are racing, so I'm going to have to speed up a little bit now.
Let's go.
We're going to move on to public hearings. First up is Resolution 2022-03, approving the Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision. Tonight's first public hearing will be on Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision. I'll remind this public hearing was continued from March 7, 2022. I'm going to remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members should not provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. You should rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per Council Policy Number 22, the mayor has authority to limit testimony to a reasonable length of time to maintain reasonable equity of time for all positions on an issue. Given the fact that we are 40 minutes behind schedule on this meeting, I'm going to limit time to each side to 15 minutes. Mr. Interim City Attorney, would you like to address the council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? Unable to see Councilmember Noble and Councilmember Davis at this time? Their mics are active though, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Will the record reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. This time, I'm going to reopen the public hearing, and I'll invite Harry Brennan, City Planner, to give the presentation.
Good evening, City Council. Harry Brennan, Planner 2 with the city. As mentioned, this case was continued from March 7th of 2022. The applicant in this case is Next Metro Communities. And I'll try to move through this a little quicker since you all are familiar with the case. The request is an approval of a subdivision plat located at the southeast corner of East 100th and Tower Road. The current zoning is Settlers Crossing PUD, which designates it as mixed use, including residential. As you're aware, by default, subdivisions are reviewed and approved administratively, but this plat was called up for public hearings. Planning Commission heard this case on February 10th, 2022, at which point Planning Commission did recommend denial. City Council first heard this case on March 7th, 2022, and it was continued, of course, to tonight. Formally, the Next Metro Communities is requesting approval of the Avila Settlers Crossing subdivision plat to create one 12.93 acre lot for future residential development. And again, there is a concurrent PUD permit application, and that is currently under administrative review. The subdivision plat is solely intended to establish the lot lines and necessary easements for future utilities and infrastructure. It won't change the underlying existing zoning, the land uses which are already allowed, or the allowed density. For some context, filings 1, 2, and 3 of Settlers Crossing are approved. Those include the private park that's highlighted in green on this map. A villa, of course, is the area highlighted in yellow here. And to the south of that, the area in red is the commercial component of the Settlers Crossing PUD, and the city anticipates future applications for that area. This excerpt from the PUD shows that the proposal in front of us tonight is roughly synonymous with the planning area A, which is called out as mixed use, which includes commercial, office, commercial, office, multifamily residential, and single-family attached residential. The plat will establish the lot lines for this new single lot, as well as the necessary easements for utilities, access, and drainage. No new right-of-way is needed or dedicated through this plat, as proper right-of-way has been established by previous filings. Now, some updates for you all since you last saw it. Some of the issues that came up during the last hearing were the nature of the use in terms of whether it was considered a multifamily development or single-family development. There were questions about school impacts, fire access, pedestrian access, and the lack of a commercial component. And so some updates for you. In response, the applicant has updated their applications and provided the following information. The PUD permit application has been revised to include only duplex units. So this proposal will fit firmly in the single-family attached definition, not multifamily. And related to that, we have received updated fee calculations from 27J School District that reflect this new designation as single-family attached duplex. Also, the applicant has been in talks with the school district for a contribution to the voluntary CFFF, which I believe they will talk more about. We confirmed that the access for the fire district does meet their requirements, and also confirmed that the improvements at East 100th Avenue and Tower Road include signalization and crosswalks, and there will be developer contributions to that intersection. As I mentioned, access does not require any new dedication of right-of-way, as that has been dedicated by previous filings. As mentioned, the comprehensive plan designates this area as mixed use, including residential. The density of this proposal is at 10 dwelling units per acre, which is at the lower end of what is allowed under the PUD zone document. The lot size and frontage minimums are met by this proposal. The public park fee will be paid in terms of a fee in lieu rather than a land dedication. The private park requirement is met by the greater centralized Settlers Crossing private park, which I'll talk a little bit more about on another slide, but that does meet the requirements of 3% of the area. There are also some private open spaces within the development, but they aren't shown on the plat because they don't correspond to distinct tracts. In terms of the fee in lieu or land dedication for schools, this will pay the fee in lieu, as no land dedication is provided with this, and that has been reviewed by the school district. In terms of traffic, there are no outstanding DRT concerns related to the impacts to the road network. There is no direct access points on Tower Road to this development. That is the preferred design in order to minimize the disruption of traffic flow on Tower Road. And as mentioned, there will be a new signal constructed at East 100th and Tower Road. So this is a little bit more about the private parks. As you can see in the map on the bottom right, there are some private open spaces proposed within this development, but they're proposed as part of the PUD permit, not as part of the plat. However, the greater Settlers Crossing Park, private park, does satisfy the 3% requirement. And again, impacts to school districts. This project would pay a fee in lieu rather than a land dedication. Based on the latest information from 27J, no issues have been raised with the available and future capacity of schools related to the subdivision. In addition, as I mentioned, the developer has this, for this project, has since the last hearing agreed to participate in the voluntary 27J Capital Fee Foundation. Wrapping it up here, the Planning Commission again considered this case on February 10th, 2022, and did recommend denial based on criteria G, and that was a 3-2 vote. So with that, staff are available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for tonight's presentation. I have a few questions. Do you agree with the revisions that was done for this plat?
I do agree with the designation now that is single family attached. Previously, there were in the PUD permit there was a proposal for a mix of different building types. Some would be freestanding single units. Some would be, I think, up to 3 units combined. And so this proposal with duplexes only does help clarify the way we've interpreted the definition of single, or interpreted the definitions, and the proposal now fits more firmly into the single family attached definition rather than the multifamily definition. So
okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
But my interpretation it does envision commercial, but that is not consistent for this plat, is it?
So staff have looked into that, and according to the specific language on the PUD zone document, staff have not found that there is a specific requirement for commercial, rather that mixed use designation for that area is a statement that a variety of uses is allowed there, but there is no particular mix of uses that is required.
Okay, but for the final plat, doesn't it, if it has to be consistent with the PUD zone document, doesn't it have to meet a required approval criteria set forth?
It does, yes. It has to meet those criteria. And in terms of the language in the plat, staff have found that the proposal is consistent with those allowed land uses in that PUD zone document.
Okay. And then another question, why didn't the revisions go back to the Planning Commission?
Perhaps Jason or Matt could answer in terms of process. I believe it was continued. It was not remanded to Planning Commission, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. When council last heard this, it was continued indefinitely, and then it was not too long ago rescheduled to this date. That's certainly an option if council wants to have this go back to Planning Commission to have consideration, because because the Planning Commission has not seen this version of what's before you tonight.
Thank you.
Okay. It's my understanding that final plats are reviewed subject to Land Development Code 21-3241, correct?
That is correct.
The first of the approval criteria states the subdivision is consistent with any approved rezoning concept plan or PUD zone document.
That's correct.
Land Development Code 21-3241, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses A, in this manner, the final plat consists entirely of residential uses, correct?
That is correct.
In analyzing the above approval criteria, Sheet 6 of the Settlers Crossing PUD zone document sets forth project intent and design standards. The first section, project intent, contains a subsection addressing land use type orientation, which states, a mix of uses will provide a logical transition of commercial and residential use by allowing the higher intensity uses to be located adjacent to the Tower Road 96th Avenue intersection and allowing neighborhood retail. Multifamily and single-family attached to transition to the existing and proposed single-family detached. Does that take place with this proposed development?
With a fully residential project, I would say that that specific intent is not necessarily satisfied when you look singularly at this lot, but I would argue that that intent and that PUD is talking about the Settlers Crossing neighborhood as a whole, which includes a specifically commercial portion to the south. And further, that staff have no metrics by which to require a certain ratio or percentage of commercial within a single application.
Can you go back to your map, please, that shows me the PUD? So block number A says mixed use, correct?
It does.
Is there a mixed use in that block?
There is not.
There is not. Yet the project intent is for it to have land use type and orientation, correct?
Correct.
So given the fact that it doesn't meet the project intent, is there a reason why the development review team is still recommending approval?
I would say, again, that the intent that you read off was for the Settlers Crossing neighborhood as a whole and not specific to this parcel singularly.
Okay, but parcel A does say mixed use, not residential only, correct?
It does, and then it lists a number of uses that are appropriate or allowed.
But we continue to get into this debate over what exactly does mixed use mean. So why is it that we have a parcel that is designated as mixed use, but then we don't require mixed use to occur?
Is that a question for staff?
Yep.
My answer would be that there should have been more clear guidance if the intent was to require a specific mix of uses on this parcel.
Mr. Tolbert?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, if I could. I think Harry is in a difficult situation here. We've got, 20 years of history where the interpretation that you've got tonight is the one that's been made and accepted by the city council. It's unfortunate because I think that you're exactly right, that it does not meet the intent if you read it, but the creative way that it's written, where it says within that track, it can be any one of certain things, and it doesn't say it has to be any number of the certain things. That's why we're bringing forth an amendment to try to correct that within the next 35 days if we go to the Planning Commission and come to you. It is, again, I've struggled with this since the day I got here. I know it's a problem, and again, it's been very difficult for staff to change direction from the direction that's been, and their interpretation and been approved by the council. So I think, if council wants us to start going that direction, then we can go that direction. But it's, we would like to get some clarity in the ordinance to make it very specific that there has to be a mix of uses if you call it mixed use. I think that it's been written very creatively. It's been in the desire to move forward with projects in the past. It's been accepted. And again, I think that there's been some transition, and this one's gotten caught up in that.
Well, I think that the last time that we had a public hearing in a situation where it was designated mixed use, the council rejected that development because there was no mixed use. And the idea of it being mixed use is you're going to have more than one use. In this particular tract here, tract A, you're designated mixed use, but you're only going to have a single use.
I don't disagree with you. I just think, again, the interpretation has been the way it's written, where it says it can be any one of these uses. And it doesn't say it has to be any two of these uses is unfortunate. And it's, again, that's the way it's been interpreted. I think that, with council direction, we can look at it interpreting when it comes to you. I think if you'll look at the council communication for this tonight, Mr. Brennan did put in there that council had asked that question and it did not get addressed by the applicant. So it didn't, the staff recommendation kind of went away and the planning commission has recommended denial of this. And so that's one reason it wasn't addressed specifically tonight, other than the council communication that said that they failed to address that desire of council in their redo of this.
Okay. My next question is going to center around the comp plan. And what does the comp plan show that area should be built out as?
The comp plan also indicates mixed use.
So the comp plan's calling for mixed use, which would be more than one use. The PUD zone document is calling for mixed use, which would be more than one use. But the application before us is for a single use.
Again, Mr. Mayor, we cannot disagree with you. It's just, you're right.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hurst?
Jim, if you could you stay up there and answer a couple questions for me? Does the PUD cover just this track?
I'm sorry?
Does the PUD that this is under cover just track A?
No, sir. It covers, I guess it's A through E.
So if we have other uses within the PUD, doesn't that cover its intent?
Again, it's two different things, Councilmember. The PUD, yes, it's a mix of uses in all of them. But as the mayor said, this track, the difficulty is A and D and E also show mixed use.
It's my understanding with the way it reads that if there's other uses within the PUD, all this is doing is outlining how that track can be used to establish that difference in zoning between a commercial and a residential. Is that not true?
That's the way it has been interpreted in the past, yes, sir.
That's exactly how it reads, though. I mean, that's exactly, if you have 6 different zones, maybe 7, inside the PUD, we've had a couple discussions around the commercial use in B, and also in below E there, just in the very recent time about the potential uses for those properties. If those don't fall into full residential, how is this not a mixed-use development? That would be my question.
Again, both of you are arguing correctly, based on past history, but then the way that our PUDs have been written is very confusing and is not very, doesn't spell it out really well. It does say in the overall intent of the PUD that it be a mixed-use development.
So say a grocery store got built in Zone B, and then we had this exact presentation about what's going in A. Does that not fit the exact definition of what it should be, what it could be?
It can be read that way. I think it can also be read the other way. That's the difficulty here.
Yep. No, and I'm not blaming this on you. I'm just saying without clarification, it's not a misinterpretation of how it reads.
Well, I'm just saying, again, I'm saying it can be read either way.
Understood. Thank you.
Does anybody else on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion.
Oh, we're not at that point.
Oh, oops, I'm sorry. Oops, sorry.
Seeing no other requests for questions, I'd like to invite the applicant forward to make their presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Charlie Smith. I'm legal counsel for the applicant, Next Metro. Before we get into the presentation tonight, we've been discussing with staff for the few minutes leading up to the public hearing that We would like to make a request for council to consider a continuation of the hearing, which, as much as it pains me to say that, Next Metro has been in this process for quite some time, for probably about 2 years now. We've been through, rather my client has been through what was supposed to be an administrative process, but obviously got called up for public hearings, went through planning commission, went through a hearing in March, and we think it's, Next Metro has been quite patient through that process. And the request is that we would like a continuation so that we can have full council participation. We do have one absence tonight. So in the fairness of that entire process, we would like for council to consider delaying this. I suppose your next hearing would probably be in a month, considering Labor Day. Staff could probably advise on that, but if you would be willing to consider the continuation for 1 month, before we go through the rest of this, wanted to make that request.
Okay. Is that all you have to speak tonight? Is that all you have this evening?
No, that's the request. You would consider that, I think.
Would you have a presentation if?
Yeah, we have a presentation. If it's not continued, we can go through the rest of the presentation. But rather than take the time, I know you're already behind schedule tonight anyway, so wanted to put that request before you.
Okay, so if I'm moving into motions, I'm going to close the public hearing. Or can I continue the public hearing with it open?
You can continue it with it open.
All right. Does anybody on council have a motion to make? Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to continue this hearing to the September 19th regular city council meeting.
I have a motion to continue it to September 19th regular city council meeting. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue it to September 19th. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a lot of concerns with making this, agreeing to this motion, because I don't think the revisions I think they should go back to the Planning Commission, and they're not consistent, so I don't see why we would change it to another meeting, but I was going to make a different motion.
What does our calendar look like on September 19th?
One moment, sir, while I look that up.
For September 19th, current estimated adjourn time is 8:50. We have the Environmental Policy, Oil and Gas Monthly Update, and Homelessness Services presentations. 4 items on consent, no public hearing. A resolution for the award of contract for the LDC updates, which is approximated at 30 minutes. And then a few grant ordinances on first reading.
And just to add to that, there were, I believe, 2 or 3 more items that were discussed during our leadership meeting this morning that will further extend that end time from 8:40 to about 9:10.
As well as an executive session to discuss appointment of a city manager. So we have a full agenda prior to.
We'd be cutting it closer, yes.
Councilmember Grimes, can you clarify for us why you made the motion to continue this to September 19th, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I do agree that we need a full council to vote on this. This has been in the process for a really long time, and it seems only fair to have everybody participate in this vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, at this point, am I allowed to make a motion?
We still have a motion and a second on the table to vote on.
Then I don't have anything else to
Okay.
say.
All right, have a motion and a second to continue this. Are you sticking with September 19th?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to continue this to September 19th. Seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that's gonna pass 5-3. Mayor Pro Tem, you had another motion to make?
I was going to make a motion to deny it altogether because it's not consistent.
Oh, we are not in position to deny it now that we've continued it to September 19th. All right. Are there any other motions concerning this public hearing? Anybody wishing to refer this back to the Planning Commission for them to see it before it comes before us on September 19th? Councilmember Grimes?
Is there time for them to see it before?
The planning manager is shaking his head yes.
Then I have no issue moving to have it go to Planning Commission.
I have a motion to refer this back to the Planning Commission before hearing it on September 19th by the City Council. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to refer this back to the Planning Commission for another hearing prior to the council hearing it on September 19th. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
I'm wholly against it going back to Planning Commission. They called out Section G. We went to the, those performing those duties, and they claimed that they had all the resources needed. So I don't think the shortfall that they identified is addressed, and I don't think it needs to go back for any other reason.
Any other comments? All right,
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Noble is raising her hand.
Councilmember Noble?
Thanks very much. Yes, my question is about the timing of all of this. Oftentimes when we're having these land use questions come before us, we're told that there are dates and by which certain things must be accomplished. So we're okay just letting this float out there?
Just continue.
It's not a problem.
I'm assuming by the shaking of the head by the planning manager that they would be able to meet all of the necessary dates and be able to get that information back to you, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with my counterpart to my left here. Although the Planning Commission has already heard this, there have been substantial modifications to the plan that the Planning Commission heard. There was change from single-family detached homes to single-family attached homes, and there are other changes in there as far as how the lot is going to lay out. I do believe that the Planning Commission needs to take a stab at this and provide their recommendations, given the fact that it is substantially changed before we hear it. They are able to hear that before September 19th. I think it's also important to note that the Planning Commission did recommend denial of this. Councilmember Hurst?
Based off one section that was addressed, they approved the rest of it, or they would have identified that as a weakness in their denial.
Their rationale for why they denied it is irrelevant. In order for the City Council to overrule the ruling of the Planning Commission, it will require a 2/3 vote, correct, Mr. Hayter?
That's only for a zoning case. It doesn't apply in this matter.
All right, thank you. All right. I'm going to go home now. I have a motion and a second to refer to the Planning Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. I only heard 3 nays. I didn't hear any ayes. Okay, yeah. So we have these microphones here, and when you speak into them, people can hear what you're saying.
Councilmember Noble also raised her hand during the
All right.
aye votes.
Regardless, the motion fails 4-4. Okay, moving on to, we'll close that public hearing since it's continued, and we'll open up another public hearing. Tonight's second hearing and final public hearing will be on rezoning the property annexed at 7001 Colorado Boulevard. This hearing was continued from July 18, 2022. I'll remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you vote. Council members not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on the facts developed in the hearing and in the record, and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. Per Council Policy 22, I have the authority to limit testimony to a reasonable time. We'll limit that to 15 minutes as well. Mr. Hayter, would you like to address the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to ask the following. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will reopen the public hearing. Prior to inviting Jim Tolbert, Community Development Director, to address, hold on, I think I've gotten one page ahead. To address an update to the ordinance, apparently I haven't. I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue this to September 19th.
What?
Well, the justification for continuing the last case to September 19th was the fact that all 9 of us are not here. Therefore, we shouldn't be here in this public hearing either, since all 9 of us are not here. So I'm looking for a motion and a second to continue this one to September 19th to apply the rules fairly across all the public hearings we have scheduled this evening. Mayor Pro Tem.
Make a motion to continue this until September 19th.
Councilmember Douglas.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second to continue this to September 19th. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford.
The last public hearing was requested by the applicant to hold it off till everybody was here. I would like to know if this applicant would prefer the same treatment before I vote to not hear it.
Sir, would you like to answer Councilmember Ford's question? Would you prefer us to continue this evening or to continue this to September 19th?
While we appreciate the fact that one council person is missing, we have deadlines coming up associated with the financing that really mandate we get a ruling this evening. So,
okay. Have a motion and a second to continue September 19th. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And the motion is going to fail 4-4. All right, Mr. Tolbert, Community Development Director, would you like to address an update to the ordinance?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly, one little minor change in Section 3 of the ordinance. We need to, if council is to pass this, we need to add language after that section reads, the City Council hereby approves the recommendation of the Planning Commission regarding the requested zoning and approves rezoning of the property from Adams County A1 to Commerce City R3 as defined in the Commerce City Land Development Code, and we need to add a comma there and say as may be amended, because there is another ordinance on your agenda later that would allow the use of commercial, and if you don't put the as amended, then it would not be applied to this if it gets adopted. So just like I say, if you desire to approve, that amendment needs to be there.
Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mr. Tolbert, can you come back up and talk to us a little bit about what you just said regarding updating the ordinance and the vote that is scheduled to take place later in the evening?
Yes, sir. The council expressed at your last meeting that you would like to see some commercial space in this property. Currently, the R3 does not allow any commercial. And so we've got a proposed ordinance on your agenda that would allow an R3 within walking distance, which is defined as 1,500 feet of a transit station, to have some limited commercial uses, which would accomplish what council expressed a desire for at the last hearing.
Okay, and so listening to your words very carefully, what I heard was allow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I don't want to parse words again, but I'm right back where we were about 10 minutes ago saying what is allowed versus what is required. So the new ordinance would not require that commercial, it would only allow that commercial.
That is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
Mr. Tolbert, can I ask a pretty blunt question? Are there other ways to require it? I mean, once we allow for it, is there other steps in the process that would allow us to require it?
Again, you know, the reason we wrote this as we did is because it is an R3, so it would be allowed. And, you know, one of the things I hope in the land development code is that, you know, which doesn't help us here, but is that we actually have some mixed-use districts that would apply to transit that would have that requirement. You know, I asked Mr. Hayter if we could have, if you could make a motion to add a condition to require it, and he's thinking about that, not a definitive answer, but.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be facing this problem regularly, if you will, just because of the limited property frontage to an RTD station. But I do think in the future this could have some impacts where we're setting precedents.
Yes, sir. The zoning change, the R3 change is pretty common in areas around transit stations. So, you know, it may not get used again if it gets used this time, but it is something that, you know, we didn't feel like we were creating a bad precedent because we proposed it, because it is very common.
Yeah, I think just for the sake of argument, this may not be something we need to solve right here, right now, but because of the limited, you know, property that could be exposed to RTD right now. But I foresee in the future, you know, potentially the A line expanding beyond the airport, and we're running into a situation 15 years down the road where we're looking at the same thing, and we're going to be referring to a case, probably this case, as to the only other time we've been faced with this type of discussion. And so just trying to think about the future and the precedents that this sets.
Agreed.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. So my question is then, is the ordinance that we're voting on soon applicable to this case?
It would, the reason I ask you to put the as amended is because second reading of that ordinance for the R3 changes would not happen until the 19th of September. This would allow it to be applicable to this case. If you pass the zoning tonight and then that ordinance, that text amendment at your next meeting, it could still be applicable to this case.
And is the applicant here?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I would like to ask the applicant if the applicant is willing to do the retail.
We'll get to that whenever we come up to asking the applicant questions and allowing them to do their presentation. Right now, we're just asking questions of staff.
All righty. I rescind my question.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, just to expound on your question, Councilmember Hurst, you do have the ability as a condition or a performance standard that with commercial within the rail station, that there could be a percentage that would require commercial to be developed. That percentage being 5%, 10% of a ground floor area of that building. So you have the ability still to amend that language to have a trigger either through as a by right or through a use by permit or a conditional use permit process. So you do still have the ability to refine that so that there is some delivery, if that's the path you also choose to go down.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, luckily to clarify all this, this is like the intended outcome. Like I think both council and the applicant want this to happen. So I don't think that we're creating tension on this project. But I think the point of this discussion here, because we know what we want out of this case, why it was held over, is really about what we can predict in the future and how we can make the right decisions, not only today, but in the near future, to make impacts on cases that have similar conditions moving forward.
I appreciate that, sir. And just one further clarification. While Mr. Tolbert did state that obviously this project could benefit, right, we do not look at the drafting of an ordinance in the vacuum of one project, right? There are a handful of properties in and around the light rail station. You saw the imagery from the Uli Tap Report pulled from our comp plan that identified medium to high-density residential in our comp plan, has the associated zone districts of R3, R4, mixed use 1, and PUD. So there are other opportunities that probably present itself in the near future that could also fall into this category where there is that mix of commercial and residential more specifically denoted that this may be more and better associated with. So that also went into the thinking by that allowance, and if there's any further direction for requirement, knowing that this is not an outlier in the bigger picture down the road.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remind council the reason that we're here having this discussion and why it was continued from the last meeting was because of council's desire to have retail space in this development, and then the applicant's willingness to go and find someone to fill that space in Cup, and then subsequently not being able to actually put them there because of our own zoning. So it seems silly to me that we're debating whether or not we should allow this as amended clause to be added to what we're talking about right now. This is at our request.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, but one thing, Mr. Rogers, you mentioned a percentage of commercial. So what percentage per building is going to be commercial in these areas?
As it currently states, ma'am, it's a question mark. They have not submitted a development plan, which is at the stage that they would review that. In communication, they have stated, and the applicant can speak to this in more detail when it's their turn to speak, is that they were going to build a 2,000 square foot box that could be utilized for a handful of items. They've identified a nonprofit that has a retail component to it. We went through our evaluation, which I would allow the community development director to kind of walk through that. But with respect to tonight, what they're simply requesting of council is, do we go from Adams County zoning of agriculture 1 to R3, some level of high density residential for this site, which then obviously, if amended with future ordinance, could then allow for commercial if appropriate.
Okay, so how many buildings total are proposed to be on the site?
Conceptually, they have shared 4 to 5, but once again, that could change over the course of between now and when they submit the development plan.
So do we know then, is the Cup only going to be in one of the buildings or commercial in all of them?
What I would best recommend, ma'am, is to take the particular end user of that 2,000 square foot space out, because they have not requested that. They have shared that with us, but they have not requested that with us. Like I said, that end user could easily fall out tomorrow. And then that space of 2,000 square feet could be used for a community center, could be used for a nonprofit, could be used for a handful of other uses that are already allowed under the R3. I think what we heard from the conversation from our council and what we heard from the developer wanting to try to meet a need appropriately at the stage and the time in which it has to be evaluated, and what we've been talking about internally is that there's certain steps that we need to be thinking about more proactively in and around this area and not waiting for the larger land development code rewrite where this was going to be advanced and to be discussed, which is still 12 to 14 months down the road. So we're trying to get ahead of what is the forthcoming trend, particularly with what you find in the stamp plan. So that's what I would recommend, ma'am, is to take the end uses out and look back to the zoning criteria as required and as what was desired about flexibility to better meet that stamp plan. One last thing, and I will then quit sucking up the air in the room, is that the comp plan also speaks to as a secondary use with respect to high density residential, supporting commercial land use up to 40,000 square feet, not requiring it, but supporting up to.
Okay, so if I phrase it in a yes or no question, my question is, like I said, in each of those 4 buildings, the developer does have the possibility to put commercial in all 4 of the buildings.
They would have the possibility if the R3 amendment is approved tonight and on second reading.
So that's a yes then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
thank
if
you.
approved and also if made applicable to this zoning.
Okay,
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, I have a couple questions. This is going to get approved on second and final reading. When was it approved on first reading?
Give me just a moment, Mayor. Let me pull up that ordinance here.
That was on June 20th?
June 20th, it was
Yes.
approved on first reading?
Yes.
Okay. Then it came back to us for second reading. It wasn't unanimous, if I remember correctly, which is why we had another discussion on it, correct?
That's correct. It was not placed on consent agenda.
Great. At the time that it came back, the motion was made to approve the R3 zoning with the requirement for this space, correct? That's what the motion was?
I believe so, but I'd have to check the minutes specifically
Okay.
for the motion language.
And so if I remember correctly, that vote passed 5-3, but was later overturned because the motion was not,
It was not 2/3.
was not 2/3, and it went against the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
I don't know if those were the correct numbers. I knew we would have needed 5 votes to go against the recommendation of the Planning Commission on zoning. So it's not a 2/3 issue, it's a 5 of 9 issue on a zoning case.
Maybe we didn't have all 9 of us here.
I don't think that we did.
Okay. I think it was 4-3, wasn't it?
That sounds familiar to me.
4-3, but it needed to be 5-3.
Correct.
Or 5, okay. Okay, so the ordinance that we have now, Z-984-22, as it stands, does not go against the recommendations of the Planning Commission. It is just straight R3 zoning with no conditions.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, appreciate that. Okay, so what's being asked of us tonight is twofold. One is to approve this with a clause on ordinance Z-984-22 that is going to allow the ordinance to be amended following a change that is anticipated to the Land Development Code for R3 zoning.
May I? It doesn't allow the ordinance to be amended. It allows the definition of R3 to apply as that is, if that is approved later.
Okay, in my non-legalese, then I could say that's equivalent to amendment?
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're clear going forward to identify what exactly is being asked. Does anybody else have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll invite the applicant forward to make their presentation.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, my consultant, Marcus Patchner, is visiting his sick mother and is going to participate virtually. Is there a way to bring him up on screen?
Dylan?
Yes.
He's working on that. Thank you.
But we're both here to answer questions.
Does anyone on council have any questions at this time for the presenter? Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I wanted to, based on the discussion that we have had, and if we make this motion to approve this, I wanted to know how many square feet is anticipated for the commercial use in the one building.
At this point, we have really 2 uses that are not residential that are being proposed. One is a community space specifically for the residents. That would include leasing area, community room, fitness center, business center, those things as you would see in a typical multifamily apartment community. Approximately 2,000 square feet. We have also committed through numerous statements made here to build 2,000 to 3,000 square feet of space that can be used for commercial space. We really think it should be community space for the neighborhood. That was the original intent, so that we could have a use that would benefit not just the residents here, but residents of the surrounding neighborhood, which was something suggested by various stakeholders to the project very early this year in conversation. So, that's approximately 4,000 to 5,000 feet. It probably is in one building. It could be split up into two buildings, but we haven't gotten to a refined site plan to define that. Based upon the information in the proposed amendment to the R3 zone, there are conditions. It has to be on a street, has to be facing a public street in a location that is accessible. And so we have to coordinate that with our single access on 71st Avenue to make that work.
So in short, you need 4,000 to 5,000 square feet?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I have a couple of questions regarding the overall development plan here, what's actually taking place. Later this evening, we're going to vote on private activity bonds, which comes to the magnitude of $3.75 million. Is that correct?
The portion that the city is transferring to the housing authority is approximately $3.5 million. Yes.
Okay, great. And so you've partnered with the Commerce City Housing Authority on this project?
The housing authority has passed an inducement resolution, which allows them to issue the bonds. We have also secured additional private activity bond authority from the County of Adams and the State Department of Local Affairs.
Okay, and will the housing authority be a part owner in this property?
They will be a special limited partner in the ownership, yes.
Special limited partnership. And because they are a nonprofit, that will make this property nonprofit, meaning that you will not be subjected to property taxes?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to have about 100 units in there, 3 and 4 bedroom estimate. The student load for Adams 14 School is going to be about 150 students generated out of this property, given the makeup of 3 and 4 bedroom apartments that you're building at 100 units, somewhere between 100 and 150. And all these students are going to be placed into the Adams 14 School District without any property tax revenue going to that school district because of your partnership with the Commerce City Housing Authority?
That is how the tax exemption would work, yes.
Okay. Throughout this entire process, whenever we were trying to figure out zoning and things of that nature, the option always was presented to you that this could be a mixed-use development. Is there a reason why you didn't pursue a mixed-use development for this project?
The land use is consistent with the comp plan and the station area master plan for this site. And we've tried to follow those guiding documents in creating the plan. We also think it's the best use for this site, given its configuration, given its size. We think adding this community space, hopefully with CUP, we certainly intend to try and facilitate that to the best of our ability. We think that they want to be there and we would like them to be there, is a benefit to the community. We also don't believe that retail space is viable in this location. So we believe this is the best use for this site.
Okay. And clarification on that comp plan, what is the comp plan designation for this property?
The comp plan designation is mixed use. However, the sub-area master plan, the stamp, identifies it as high-density residential.
Okay. Okay, those are all the questions. Oh, I think I missed the question. I think Councilmember Ford, did you ask how much space would be dedicated to the community space? Was that your question?
Yes, sir.
And the answer on that was?
4,000 to 5,000 square feet.
Okay, great. Okay, does anybody else on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any other rebuttals that you wish to make prior to?
Mr. Mayor, we've worked on this project for almost a year at this point with the city. We've done everything I think that we've been asked to do to create affordable housing, to utilize this site, we think, to the best, highest and best use that's consistent with the comp plan, the stationary master plan, the Uli Tap study. We did, as I said, we've done everything we said we're going to do. We went out and gathered the money with respect to the private activity bonds from various different sources. We've, strived to work with the housing authority, which will benefit them financially. In simple words, we've done everything we said we're going to do. We think this is a great project. There are unfortunately timelines that we have to accommodate for the financing. Having said that, if there are additional questions that would require, additional meeting on September 19th, maybe that's the best time to answer it. But, we've been very patient and have worked diligently with staff, and truly believe this project will be a benefit to the community.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add in as just the follow-on, thank you for unmuting me. I want to thank so much, and Mayor, you have been very gracious in allowing us to address this council many times. I do want to state that we were able, really through this very cooperative approach by staff, to address what council wanted to see here. We know it says high density residential in the stamp plan, but we all want to see commercial on this site. And council, last time you were right, sir, it was a 4-3 vote, and that's what happened on that. But there was all this discussion about, is there a way to bring this retail use, this cup use, any other retail user, as Mr. Rogers said, to that site? And that R3 amendment would allow us to do that. So we are very grateful for all of the work and the feedback. Staff has shaped this, the community has shaped this, and certainly so has council in really guiding. We understand that there needs to be leadership here to bring retail to the site, and we want to do that, and we will build it. There is no question we are building it regardless, and we want to see that come to fruition as well. So thank you very much. We are available for more questions. If there does need to be more time to push to the next hearing in September, we're certainly willing to do that, but we would certainly respectfully request your support.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. In your neighborhood meeting minutes, at the bottom of it, there's a link to listen to the neighborhood meeting, which I did. I actually listened to it on YouTube. And I'm curious why the neighborhood meeting minutes don't include the attendees commenting on the fact that they would like to have commercial retail in this project. Is there a reason why it was omitted from the minutes?
Councilwoman, I'll just address that. I think we provided a summary copy of our minutes, and then I remember the first time we came to council back in June, there was a very detailed listing of comments that we heard from the community, and one of those very first things was that there needed to be commercial on the site. So I'm sorry if that was a maybe omitted in that link, but in the report to council, it was well addressed, and we certainly talked about it. So Councilwoman, you are correct. That was one of the comments. You listened to the meeting, as you said. That came up, I think, very early on. And frankly, it came up from council when we had the discussion about the bonds. So Councilwoman, there is no question from day one, we've been trying to figure out how to do that. And gratefully, because of the work staff has done here, I think we found a way to provide that retail.
Good. Mr. Potchner, are you the owner of the property?
I am not. I am a consultant.
Are you the developer of the property?
I'm a consultant to them. I work here with Mr. McFadden, who is
okay, so Mr. McFadden, your consultant is making very emphatic statements, but I don't hear the same statements from you. Are you as committed to retail in this project as Mr. Potchner is? Because I heard you say just a couple of minutes ago that you didn't think retail was viable for this project.
I do not think retail is viable for this location today, which is why we think a use such as CUP, a nonprofit use that would benefit the community and the neighborhood, would be viable. And we would support them by offering the space for no rent, helping them build out the space. That's basically in our conversations and our letter of intent with CUP. We think that is a use that is viable today. If 10 years from now, 15 years from now, as the neighborhood grows, this project, certainly will probably be a catalyst for other things to happen out there. And the space will be there available for retail use. That's how it's going to be constructed. So hopefully the environment and the neighborhood and the economy will allow a retail use to be viable. But today, I don't think a tenant could go in there and pay rent, in theory, to make it work, which is why CUP is a great use as a nonprofit, community-based, community-serviced user of the space that we are committed to build.
Well, they still have to pay the rent, right? So I don't
We
know.
know we've offered it to them rent-free to facilitate them to be in there because we think it's such an important use for the neighborhood. We think it'll benefit our residents. We think it'll benefit the neighborhood surrounding us. So, it's a win-win, Councilman Noble. It's a win-win. And we really think we should try and facilitate that going,
Well, I appreciate you making these points now because I hadn't heard those previously. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for the applicant or staff? Seeing none, thank you all for your time this evening. Mr. Gibson, did anybody register to speak virtually on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak virtually or in person on this matter by the deadline, and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. I don't suppose you have any rebuttals since nobody spoke? This time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Looking for a motion and a second. To amend ordinance Z-984-22, section 3, to add "as may be amended" to the end of the first sentence. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend ordinance Z-984-22, section 3, to add "as may be amended" to the end of the first sentence. Is there any discussion? Just like to take a moment and thank staff in the last month for working through this and coming up with a solution. I think the comments were well made that our own zoning was fighting what we were trying to get accomplished here, and appreciate the fact that you worked forward in order to come to a yes answer. So thank you, Mr. Tolbert and your team, and everybody else that had a hand in making that. Mr. Timms, your team, Ms. Riley, everybody. Appreciate the fact that we can identify something and we can come up with a solution and move forward in a manner to allow development to occur in a sensible manner within this community. So thank you very much. Have a motion and a second to amend ordinance Z-984-22. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Have 7 to 1, 1 excused absence. You're a nay. 6 to 2, 1 excused absence.
It looks like Councilmember Noble has dropped off, Mayor, so 6 to 2 with 2 excused absences.
Be 5 to 2 with 2 excused absences?
Yes, thank you, sir.
5 to 2
Missouri
with 2
Education.
excused absences. Next up, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-984-22 as amended. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-984-22 as amended. Is there any discussion? Before I vote, I just want to thank the applicant for sticking through with all this. I know this hasn't been an easy process. I know this it's been challenging at times, and appreciate your fortitude in going forward. This is a development project that I struggle with. I see a need in this area for a catalyst to get this going. We thought at one point in time we were going to have a great development occurring over on the other side of the light rail commuter rail station, sorry, RTD. But unfortunately, some environmental covenants have put that out to pasture. And so we are needing something in that area. We've known for years that we were going to have a commuter rail station there. We have a commuter rail station there. It's been open for 3 years now, and we haven't seen any development along that area to really get the catalyst going. And so here's a willing investor to come in and not just put up something that is going to be beneficial for being the catalyst, but also beneficial to the community. We have a need in our community for housing that meets this sector. These are 3 and 4 bedroom units that are going to be in the 60 to 80% AMI range. That is an area that serves our teachers. That is an area that serves our police officers, our firefighters, our first responders, our military members who are looking for housing options in our community, and right next to a commuter rail station that is minutes from downtown, minutes from Thornton, North Glen, and our surrounding communities, and allows mass transit to be used in this nature. I think that is something to be celebrated. So while I've struggled a little bit on whether or not I feel that this is really the right direction for us to go. When I look at it holistically for the future of our city, I think this is absolutely the right direction to go, and therefore will support the ordinance. I have a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance Z-984-22 as amended. All those in favor, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-984-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by zoning the property annexed to 7001 Colorado Boulevard annexation from ADCO Adams County A1 to Commerce City R3 multifamily residential. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Noble.
Aye.
All right, we are 6-2 in favor with one excused absence. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Look forward to the groundbreaking. All right, we're going to move on to Resolution 2022-84, authorizing the assignment of the city's private activity bond. Staff is available should council have any questions. Seeing no request for questions, we're looking for a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-84. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-84. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
Resolution 2022-84, a resolution authorizing assignment to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority of a private activity bond allocation of the City of Commerce City pursuant to the Colorado Private Activity Bond Ceiling Allocation Act.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2022-84. The title has been read. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed say nay. 7-1? Were you a yay? You or not? Yeah. All right, 7-1, one excused absence. Next up, we're going to go to ordinances on first reading. This is ordinance 2411, amending sections 21-3320 and 21-3340 of the Land Development Code, amending the standards for annexation agreements and the annexation approval code. We'll invite Nathan Chavez, city planner, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. For those of you I have not yet had the pleasure of meeting or presenting in front of, I'm Nathan Chavez, one of the newer planners with community development. Tonight I'll be presenting ordinance 2411, a LDC amendment for annexation agreements. So a little bit of background. If any property is to be developed and is not yet incorporated into the city, it must first be annexed into Commerce City. During this process, a written annexation agreement must be agreed to between the city and the landowner before the city council will take any action to annex a property into C3. We use an agreement template to facilitate this process. It was determined by our legal team that these updates are needed to reflect existing processes, terminology, and authority. Please note that there are no changes to the approach or requirements for annexation agreements. So two sections within Article 3, Division 3 of the LDC are part of the proposed amendment, specifically the sections related to the standards and regulations regarding annexation agreements and the annexation approval criteria themselves. The redline versions of the proposed LDC amendment can be found in Exhibit B of the ordinance. And the changes include, very generally, removal of the word pre, incorporation of reviewing entities, and the approval criteria and the processes for execution have been further defined. On your screen is the clean version of Section 3320. That's now being proposed to be called annexation agreements, and the clean version can be found in Exhibit A of the provided ordinance in your packet. And again, on your screen is Section 3340. This is the clean version of the annexation approval criteria, and this can also be found in Exhibit A of your packet. So these amendments were first seen at the June 7th, 2022 Planning Commission study session. And then last month, staff took this proposed amendment to Planning Commission, where they voted 5-0 to forward the ordinance with a recommendation of approval to City Council. At this time, staff is available to answer any questions regarding Ordinance 2411. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Welcome to Commerce City. Appreciate the presentation. Appreciate your brevity. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2411. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2411. Is there any discussion? Mr. Gibson, do either of our remote participants wish to discuss?
Not that I see, Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't see since this is up. Have a motion and a second to introduce by Councilor Seedland, approve on first reading, ordinance 2411. Will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2411, an ordinance amending sections 21-3320 and 21-3340 of the Land Development Code relating to standards for annexation agreements. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Noble?
I will have to abstain. I had to leave to get water.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion carries unanimously, 7-0, 1 abstention and 1 absence. Next, we're going to move on to ordinance 2420, amending land development code relating to commercial uses near train stations. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second for ordinance 2420. Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'd like to run a motion to approve ordinance 2420 as an emergency ordinance, so it takes effect tonight, moving forward.
Have a motion to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2420 as an emergency ordinance. I do believe that would actually take place in 7 to 14 days after it's been published, correct, as an emergency ordinance?
My recollection, and I will check, is that emergency ordinance will become immediately effective.
Perfect, thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Grimes?
Happy to second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2420 as an emergency ordinance. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
No further discussion, apologies.
Okay, I support this being an emergency ordinance, seeing as we just passed a land use case that hinges on this ordinance. I'd like for the ordinance to take place immediately so that everything is just covered by the end of the evening. Seeing no other requests for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2420, an ordinance amending sections 21-5200 and 21-11200 of and adding section 21-5263 to the Land Development Code relating to allowing limited commercial uses in certain R3 multifamily residential districts near transit stations. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Noble?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-1 with 1 excused absence. All right, we're going to move on to ordinances on second reading. First up is ordinance 2402, amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado. The ordinance was not approved unanimously on first reading and therefore was not placed on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just had a question for staff. Where it mentions the park ranger supervisor for the city, are they just going to be for the city employees or is it for the county also?
This would be just for,
Jason, go ahead.
this would just be for the city, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question, is there anything else that's possibly needed by the police department in this budget before something possibly expires? I know it mentioned their bulletproof vests will be expiring soon, but I'm just wondering for the chief, is there anything else that they may needing before it expires soon that we should be including now?
I do believe in a message we received the vests and the helmets were already appropriated for, and so therefore they didn't need to be part of this reappropriation.
That's a different topic.
Yeah, I'm asking, is there anything else besides those two things?
The helmets and the tactical vests are for active shooter kits for the sworn officers. That's a different issue. The concealable body armor that we buy for our officers We do through a grant every year, and I think that there's probably room in the grant to care for the park rangers, but again, that would be something I'd have to talk to the Parks Department about, but I'm sure that we can make funds available for them.
Okay, but I'm just making sure, you said that the, is it the two things, the helmets, it'll be expiring, I guess, this year, but is there anything else that you need this year, or, you know, that you see in the budget that will be like expiring soon? I guess it said something that they need to be updated by this year?
The active shooter kits, the helmets and the vests that we bought originally are due to expire, which is why we purchased those with this year's funds.
All right, so there's nothing else that you can predict, you guys, the police department?
Not for the police department, no, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor. The well-being manager, what department would they oversee, or I don't really understand that position and what the viability of that position would be. The other thing is planning, design, and strategic initiatives manager. That seems kind of vague to me as well. If I could get more clear information on those two positions and the necessity.
Thank you, ma'am. I will attempt to tackle the strategic initiatives and planning manager. If Carolyn Keefe is on the line, she will be able to provide some additional detail. But in general, that position is slated within the Parks, Rec, and Golf Department within their strategic planning division. Their strategic planning division looks at the long-term initiatives for new parks, new trails, new amenities, and also being able to help maintain various projects for construction under the Capital Infrastructure Program. As it currently stands, the PRG department is already overtaxed based on the number of new recreational infrastructure that's coming online. And this would be able to provide some additional support. In addition to that, this individual would be the lead point of contact with our consultant for the update of the Parks Rec Golf Master Plan update that is underway, or it's just begun kickoff. So there is an immediacy for being able to ensure that we have the capacity to deliver on projects for the community.
And that was the planning, design, and strategic.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, all right.
Yeah, I'll tackle the other one, the homeless, the community well-being manager. We're looking to stand up a division that will take our homeless navigator, who is currently in Parks and Rec, and our community navigator position that we're trying to fill, and put them with this manager so that we can provide, you know, united services to deal with children, families, and our homeless, and our seniors. And so we'll be focused on all aspects of that. They'll be looking for grants. They'll be looking for other opportunities to partner with the community and to engage our citizens in the community. So it's an effort to get us more out there, more with the community, with the citizens, and providing direct services and linking them with other services.
Thank you so much for that answer, Mr. Toller.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, and I thank the council member for raising this question. We had approved a family and senior navigator quite some time ago, and I just heard that person added to the description of a homeless navigator. This was supposed to be a completely separate position. This was approved in the budget last year, and we're now coming up on our new budget. So where are we on the family and senior navigator?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Just for clarity, that is, we're not changing that position at all. It's just the homeless navigator and the community navigator will be working in the same division with a manager that will manage them and get them more focused both of their areas they're working in. We have been desperately trying to recruit that senior and families navigator for at least 6 or 7 months since I've been here. And we've gotten applications. We just hadn't found anybody yet that's a fit for the position. We're working with HR to go out in different ways and look in different areas, and then we're also reevaluating the salary to make sure that that's not something that's keeping us from getting qualified applicants.
It's a great job for someone in the nonprofit world. I'd be sure and get these posted on the nonprofit bulletin boards.
We're focusing on all those. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, because this is a considerable amount of time, so that's disappointing to hear that it's been a challenge getting applicants, but I'm glad that you are still keeping them separate.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. No intent to combine them, just have them working together so that they don't duplicate services and make sure people get served.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Douglas?
I didn't know I was still in the queue, but since I am, so I see 160,000 is allocated for office renovation and community development. So I'm curious how those two things go together, and if you think that's enough money to do the renovations for all of the furniture that I've seen that's in disrepair right now.
Yes, ma'am. With the positions we've gotten, we're kind of out of workspace for people. And what we're going to do is within where we have people working, we're going to take workstations that might hold one person now, turn them into holding 2 people. We're doing some hoteling spaces for our inspectors who are not here, but early in the morning, and they may come back in the evening. They don't need an entire desk, so we can take pretty much 4 workstations and turn them into 10. So we're trying to be more efficient using the space, but to create the opportunities that everybody does have a place to light and put their computer down and do some work. Right now, we are basically out of, when we get fully staffed, we're out of space.
So that doesn't include renovating some of the furnishings that need repair?
I'm sorry?
I said, so that does not include like refurbishing some of the existing furniture that we have that needs repair?
It does include some new furniture in a couple of the conference rooms. And then again, in 1 or 2 of our offices, which don't have the regular furniture that the rest of the team has, they'll get some new furniture. But basically, it's taking the workstations and reconfiguring them. There's a vast majority of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance 2412. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
I'll second.
Have a second and a motion to approve on second and final reading ordinance 2402. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2402, an ordinance amending the 2022 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating portions of the unencumbered fund balances of the General Fund, Capital Expenditures Fund, and Facility Services Fund, and transferring to designated fund portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the General Fund for a total amount of $12,659,472 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Noble?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-1 with 1 excused absence. We're going to move on to ordinance 2412, amending section 2-2003, time of adjournment of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and therefore was not placed on the consent agenda. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve on second and final reading ordinance 2412. Councilmember Grimes?
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2412 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2412, an ordinance amending section -2003, time of adjournment of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to automatically cause all regular and special meetings and study sessions to automatically adjourn at 10:30 p.m. unless otherwise extended. Your vote is open. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Noble?
Hey,
Motion passes 7-1 with one excused absence. Next up, we're going to move to administrative council business. Per council policy, except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. Do any council members have any administrative business items of an urgent or unforeseen circumstance they wish to address? Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Yes, after watching a lot of social media and driving through our community, I feel that we need to address these broken down vehicles. We're writing our residents tickets for expired plates and things of that nature in their own driveways. But I'm seeing businesses that are dealing with these motorhomes and broken down vehicles in our public rights of way. I know it has been a challenge with our current towing contract to be able to get them taken care of. But I think it's become such a big issue that we need, as a council, to give direction to go out and find some business that will get these things towed for non-compliance, because we're letting them pass and sit on the side of the road, but we're ticketing our residents that are paying taxes, and it's extremely unfair for our business and for our residents to have to operate in that manner. One is Elm Street over in between 69th and 72nd. There are several of these motorhomes and unlicensed, unregistered vehicles that have posed a problem with people throwing fecal matter over the fence into businesses. And they've been there for a long time, and we can't do anything about it because our towing contract won't take them because of storage issues. But we need to resolve the issue, in my opinion. 48th Avenue, all the vehicles that were on the south side of the road on the Denver side of the street have now all moved onto Commerce City side of the street and created another major encampment of broke down vehicles. In River Run, there's a trailer that has been sitting there for weeks on weeks that I don't know even what's in the back, but it just sits on our right of way in violation of our laws, and we're not doing anything about it. But if it was one of our residents' vehicles, they would get ticketed and are towed. And I think that we need to imply our rules and enforce our rules the same, regardless whether it's a broke-down motorhome or whether it's a resident that is just parking there over an extended amount of time. So I'm requesting, or I would like to make a motion to direct staff to engage with other towing companies, other towing operations, to enforce the law, or allow our police officers to enforce the law and have these vehicles towed if they're in our right-of-way without being registered or licensed in a proper manner. That's my motion.
Did you have a timetable on that, sir?
Immediately.
Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Stop. Have a motion and a second to direct staff to enforce the laws regarding unregistered or vehicles in our right-of-way, and direct them to engage immediately with another towing operation to ensure that these vehicles are removed from our city post haste. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I second that. I seconded that because I do think it's a very important issue. But I happen to know that the city probably has a bit of a response. I know they've been working on this with the city and county of Denver, as well as some others. And then the question that I'll tag on to this discussion doesn't necessarily apply to what Councilman Ford was just talking about, but I do know it creates some challenges in situations with the new tow law, the 24-hour notification. And the fact that you can move a vehicle 50 feet forward if it moves and kind of get out of that whole, start that process over again. So if you don't mind, that might take more than you, Jason, answering, but I'm kind of digging how that 24-hour rule will also impact this moving forward, since it just went into play.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurst. I'll rely on the city attorney to talk about the 24-hour rule, but with respect to Councilmember Ford's request and what you hinted at, staff for the last 2 to 3 months has been actively engaged with the city and county of Denver in an effort to partner with them on an additional tow service contract that would be able to take the additional abandoned vehicles and or large vehicles that are broken down to their facilities. I think, as we all know, our current tow service, Mirage, is at max capacity and has had limited ability to remove those vehicles in the last 6 to 8 months and even longer. So we took the proactive step of reaching out to our neighbor who has capacity and who has a tow service that is able to meet our needs. We're hoping to be able to bring a IGA in partnership with the city and county of Denver this month to the council for your consideration. Just due to capacity and bandwidth issues with being able to kind of get over that hump with them, it's now looking as though that we will be in front of you all in September, hopefully with that IGA.
Councilmember Ford?
I appreciate the work that's being done, but 6 to 8 months and these broke down motorhomes, and we're writing our residents tickets for parking violations and inoperable or untagged licenses. It seems extremely unfair because they're collecting, these things are collecting in areas that are affecting our businesses. And again, it's one thing, if we have a law and we're enforcing it on our residents, we have to enforce it on these non-residents that are parking this stuff that's non-registered. And it gets extremely frustrating because when you watch social media and you see what the concerns are in the southern portion of the city with these things, and even up north, because I mentioned there's one in River Run that's sitting there, people start thinking that we're not trying to do our job. We're not trying to enforce our rules, and because it sits there and it sits there and it sits there. Yep, the police officers. Matter of fact, the post that I read today said the police officers show up on a daily basis. They can't do anything, and we have to figure out how to be able to take care of it, because I think it's crazy that we would write a resident and issue them a ticket for a violation of not having their car registered or plated, but these things don't even have bumpers to attach a plate to, and they are literally dirtying up our community and making it look poor. And I think that we have a responsibility as a council to try to do our best to clean that up and give our police officers the tools they need to clean it up. But 6 to 8 months and to take care of it again sometime in September, and I know our next meeting's not till September 19th, that's another month that these vehicles are going to sit throwing defecation over the fence of businesses in our community. It makes us look terrible, because that's one of our primary rules or obligations to this community is to make it look clean and appear in the best manner as we can. And I feel we're letting our residents down by not being able to tow a vehicle that shouldn't be on the road at all, but we're going to ticket or tow vehicles that are our residents because they're a car. And I get it. And I think that our tow contract, you give a tow contract, the space is the obligation of the company that's towing the vehicles. And I think it's terrible that they can cherry pick the easy ones that they're going to have picked up later on. I know they have a hard time getting rid of these motorhomes, but I'm sure that our contract spells out, or if we need to do an addition to that contract, that these things have to be able to be stored for the appropriate amount of time before they can be sold or taken to a landfill, or however the process works. You know, and another one that's killing me is this homeless encampment that's next to 270. They started out with a couple of bicycles. Now they have 100 bicycles. They're coming from our community. They're taking them from our residents. There has to be a way we can deal with this, even if the CDOT is not helping us out to take care of the problem. So I'm looking for ways to think about this outside the box, to deal with these impacts that our residents are absolutely out of their mind that we're not taking care of them. And so I am very frustrated after today and driving up 48th Avenue and seeing what's going on Elm Street. So I want to find a way to deal with it. And I know you're working with Denver, but I don't think we can go another month and leave these things sit, impacting our businesses and our residents. We have an obligation to them. That's all I have to say.
So a couple of things to that, sir. Appreciate it. I agree. One thing that we can do is try to see how we can expedite our conversation with the city and county of Denver so that it doesn't take another full month. I can't make any promises, but the only promise I can say is that we can reach out and see how we can try to help push that over the finish line. As it relates to the encampment within CDOT right-of-way, obviously the issue at 56 and 270 has been a very visible one. We have coordinated with them. They do plan on tackling that area. 825, yes, I know that is another week and a half from now before they actually really get to it. But one of the other things that we have begun to engage them on is actually an IGA, where they would allow us to be able to take primary position in being able to clean up their right-of-ways, obviously with some compensating benefit for doing that on their behalf. So we are advancing that as we speak as well. Obviously, we're trying to work on getting that to you all for some level of action as well. So we're taking what we're hearing, not just from yourselves, but also from the community to heart, and trying to work as quickly as we possibly can on these matters, because we do know that they are visible and do have an impact out in the community. But that's at least what I can share with you right now.
Councilmember Hurst.
Thank you for that follow-up. I think there's a couple things just to highlight. I know that's part of the package deal that you're working on, but I know that Adams County has a similar IGA that you just described. I think, you know, a pretty clean copy and paste, similar terms seems to make sense, because then there's possibility we can work with the county and kind of get a combination of forces to clean up when necessary. I think the other thing is, I know I heard some conversations, so there's diligent work happening, but if there's needs, I think the greatest need that I hear is location, like where you can tell them all day, but to where. If that's a need, then please, you know, find that solution and ask for that financial support from us, because I do think, as Councilman Ford just pointed out, this is a very significant issue. Of course, not one that's exclusive to Commerce City, but one that the whole metro is working on right now.
We believe we have enough funding to get us through the end of the year, and we are asking for additional funding as part of the 2023 budget as it relates to this. And a tow yard has been identified that once we're able to execute that IGA, we know it will be able to go there and it will be able to meet our needs.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was requesting also, if necessary, has another towing company, you know, maybe if we have to consult with two more even to get this problem resolved, because it seems like every council meeting this is on, and it is very disturbing that to the city and to the residents, and as a council member, that our city now looks like this. Thank you.
For me, this is extremely frustrating. A year ago, it was brought up of an idea of seeking another towing partner. And that was quickly dismissed of, no, there's no solution out there. Everybody's experiencing the same problem. And here we sit a year later with no solution. So I echo everybody else that said I appreciate the fact that we're working on a solution. But if we don't vote on an IGA until September 19th, the IGA doesn't become effective until October. and then it's not actually fully implemented until November. And here it is, we sit in December going, how come that boat is still laying in the middle of the street without a trailer? It just, at some point in time, somebody is just gonna have to figure out a solution that goes beyond the typical thinking of, we can contact this tow company and contact that tow company and figure out a solution. There's acre and acre and acre of vacant land out there. Erect a temporary fence around the vacant land, pay the landowner who isn't developing the land for the opportunity to use that space, and drag the stuff over there. And if it's not claimed within whatever certain amount of time it is per Colorado law that it becomes abandoned property, then let's have a bonfire out there as a community celebration and get rid of all this garbage that is accumulating. But when you legit see pictures of an RV that is actually being dismantled in front of your eyes, and we're telling everybody there's nothing we can do about it because our towing company won't come by and pick it up, we're beyond frustrated, beyond. And unfortunately, it just comes to the point where now we've been forced into, and I know there's been a lot of conversation about our role versus what staff's role is and this and that, and now we're forced into this where we have to make a motion in order to direct staff to go do something to take this. And that's not, I think, what anybody would agree we want to be doing, sitting up on this dais of saying we want to direct this to be done. But the time is come and gone. I'm sorry to say, it's come and gone. The time now is for action. The motion in the second that is made is said to deal with it immediately, which I envision means we want to see tow trucks rolling this week. And we want to see this garbage cleaned up this week. And whatever it is going to take in order to get it done, if that means you have to come back and ask for appropriations, or that means you have to come back and say we need this or that, that's fine. But the motion in the second that we're about to vote on says start dealing with it immediately. And unfortunately, it's just boiled over to this point. Any other discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Ford, did you have anything else?
No, I think that covers it. I would love to see this bicycle shop, or whatever you want to call it, on 270. I'd love to see if the police can identify that there are bikes that have been stolen from Commerce City. You know, we have a lot of discussion about homelessness, and I feel bad for people that are homeless, and I want them to be able to have a place and to be taken care of as part of this community. But it's really hard when you have certain individuals that take advantage of this community. They leave behind a ton of trash. They are, you know, apparently they're not getting the bikes from Walmart. They're getting them from people's yards. Residents are constantly complaining that people are coming in their yards taking stuff, and I don't have compassion for those people. They're not going to be part of our community, and they're not going to have some respect for our residents. Then no, and it makes it really hard when we have these discussions about homelessness, because they're all lumped together. And it's very frustrating for me because I don't want our residents to be taken advantage. I want people that are homeless to be able to be looked at in a positive light and deserve and get the help they need. But I'm not okay with having a bunch of criminals that are crapping on our sidewalks living in our city. It's not going to happen. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. Moving on to the next topic, correct? Or did Councilmember Ford, did you complete your comments, Councilmember Ford?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All righty, thank you. I wanted to follow up on the residents' question about metro districts. And we do have oversight that's written into these service plans. Is there anything that, what can we be doing in order to actually have oversight, to engage in oversight on these issues? Do we look at the financial records that are provided to us annually That's the second question. And the third question is, do we read those financial reports? Do we have anyone on staff to read them?
With regard to whether the reports are submitted and how they're reviewed, I do not have knowledge with regard to what comes in and what's actually done with them. It's certainly something that if we need help, if we are collecting those materials as required, and if we need help understanding those, we can certainly work with outside counsel or outside accountants to do that. But I'm not familiar with what the procedures are administratively.
Okay, you look kind of alone. I'm looking at a big screen and looking at a little tiny box. Are you all by yourself?
There's not a lot of people left in the room.
Okay, Kathy Blakeman, are you still here?
I absolutely am.
Do you know who's in charge of metro districts on staff?
Yeah, we can probably get more information from, let's see, it's now back to John Borgelli.
Okay, good. That would be good to find out how we can actually use the oversight capabilities that are built into these service plans and make sure that the metro districts are not taking advantage of residents once they're approved.
We can do that.
Okay, that would be great. And then we got a letter. The letter that was in our packet was from Derek Reinhardt, and he was drawing our attention to House Bill 221151, which is the turf replacement program. And that is, of course, something that the state legislature approved this year because of concerns over drought. And I believe that we probably have rules in effect that prevent folks from, say, changing out their yards or their parking strips from grass to some other kind of product, whether it's natural grass or succulents or whatever the case might be. How would we find out what we have in place that prevents a resident from doing that to their yard? Their front yard.
Councilmember, I have asked Dr. Russo to investigate that, take a look at that code change, and to work with our staff to go through our codes and see what, if anything, we might be able to do to take advantage of some of those opportunities and bring you the options.
Okay, great. And then that's perfect. My last one is 96 in Reunion Parkway. Now, I know that 96 is being widened, and we just approved something regarding the process moving forward this evening. But there is an urgent need because of safety issues on 96. So many more residents live in Buffalo Highlands now. They're crossing over to South Lawn. We have South Lawn Elementary that just opened. There is no light. There is no way to cross 96 safely at all. So what can we do in the short term before the road is actually widened and everything's in place that can ensure that there are safety measures in place for people coming out of Buffalo Highlands in particular? I personally have left Buffalo Highlands in my vehicle and had to make a right turn, even though I wanted to go straight across into South Lawn, because I couldn't, because there were simply too many cars and heavy trucks going back and forth on 96. So we need to be able to help these folks in some way.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Knoll, great question, great point. It is something since this past weekend we have started jumping on. We are, and our public works staff has started to look at a interim solution that can be fast tracked kind of as an interim phase until the full build out. And what that would encompass, and once again, we have to get to design and obviously construction, but would be a wire span traffic signal at the intersection of Telluride Street and 96th Avenue. We believe, based on obviously transportation policy and best practices, that would be more efficient than a rapid flashing beacon because of the existing width and not having a median refuge, that you're not going to get the same benefit. But by doing this wire span traffic signal where we can control traffic and allow for that controlled crossing, we can deliver that as a more appropriate solution. We intend to come back during council report out next week, hopefully with a funding solution and a path forward. So we are taking immediate action as quickly as we possibly can on this, ma'am.
And you're also going to be adjusting the barriers?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that reminder. As you all may know, as you drive along 96th Avenue, there are currently barriers that are situated at that entry point into Buffalo Highlands. Those barriers have been there for quite some time. Our public works staff has been able to review and have made recommendations on shifting those barriers and also addressing weeds that have, while not blocking visibility completely, will lead to a distraction. So they're going to be taking action on that as well here in the next week to have those barriers moved out of the site visibility triangle and to address the weeds along that right of way within 150 feet of the intersection. So there is a clear view shed for being able to turn left and to turn right.
Okay, that's great. And I just want to make clear that Telluride is on the Buffalo Highlands side and Union Parkway is on the South Lawn side. So it's one continuous street. So thank you very much. I'm glad to hear all of that is happening. You'll make a lot of people very happy with that news. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, thank you. I was just going to bring another administrative council business. I just think it's really disturbing, and I appreciate Ms. Bishop coming to the council meeting today and speaking forward. You know, that we continuously get complaints about the contour estates, and these are seniors that live in these homes, and it seems like not a whole lot has changed. I know the mayor's been involved and other council members, and I would like to make a motion that the housing authority goes to this facility within the next 2 weeks and looks into these concerns, and we get them resolved immediately.
Thank you, ma'am. Just so that there's a point of clarity, and I'm going to look to Matt to confirm. I don't believe the city council has the authority to direct the housing authority's actions on the matter.
That's correct. The Housing Authority is an independent entity.
Okay. Well, then city staff, then who, if they're getting government money, what city staff can assist and look into this further then?
Yes, ma'am. I had taken a note, and we'll have our code enforcement staff and and the Housing Authority employees that work for us review these allegations and look into it. We had also reached out several months ago, and because one of the problems, as you may understand, is we can't go into units unless we're invited. And so a lot of times we can't get the invites, but we've been working with I forget the name of the group that represents a lot of the low-income community and trying to get them to facilitate that. So we'll reach out to them again and ask them if they will reach out to the residents and help us get in to check out the units.
Because I know this has been going on like even since last year, you know, and it's just very disturbing. So I would like to see, you know, the mayor and other council members, if we can have a update, and if someone continues to communicate with Ms. Bishop.
Yes, ma'am, we'll do that. And we have, you had, gosh, before the first of the year, a number of citizens that signed up to speak at council about issues there. And we reached out to every one of those. We were able to get into most of those properties. The issues that we found were corrected at that time. So again, it's constant vigilance we have to have, and people need to, again, they need to call us and let us know so we can go in. The ones that are on Section 8, we do an annual inspection, but again, that's the others. We don't have the opportunity unless we're invited, and sometimes people don't like to invite government into their living quarters, so we have to get help to help facilitate that. But I made a note earlier tonight, and I'll have our team reach out this week.
Okay, thank you. So
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
rescind my motion. Thanks.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I would suggest that you definitely get with the residents, because if you go through the management company, they're going to put their best foot forward, and you're not going to get the real picture of what's going on unless you deal with the residents. And it's not just going into people's apartments. I'm sure you can get an invitation from a lot of people, but it's also the facility itself, like the fact that the gate's open and the lock on the front door doesn't work, and anybody can go in there. That's a real security issue. The bathrooms are locked on the first floor, and older people, when they need to use the facilities to relieve themselves, they need it right away. They can't wait to go up to their third floor apartment. And issues with the roof, I mean, the cellar, not the cellar, the attic space, and how it impacts units and plumbing and all kinds of things there. So I really hope that you do follow through on this. And it's not just been months. This has been going on for a really long time. This happened when my husband, Steve Douglas, was on council. And, you know, it's been going on for a long time. So it really needs to be addressed and as quickly as possible.
And you're correct. We want to work with the residents. Again, that's why we have reached out to get help to some, people to communicate. When you had, I think it was about 12 people that signed up to speak, and some of them did, some of them didn't. When we went to try to work with them, half of those wouldn't even let us in the units to check out the complaints they had. So again, that's why we've reached out to get somebody that they trust and that can help us. We don't go through the apartment. We have to work with the apartment complex to get them fixed. And,
Yeah, and I think that the
the
last
other
group
issue
of
is,
people who came forward, they were actually from Village Crest, which is another facility.
and the other issue is we can deal with code issues. There are other issues, operational issues, that unfortunately we can ask that they be dealt with, but we don't have the authority to require those being changed. But we will aggressively go after code issues. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Appreciate that willingness to explore that. And I would suggest that maybe Ms. Bishop here would be a great ally for you for being able to get residents in that apartment building to be able to cooperate with our staff. Great. Any other administrative council business before we move on to reports? Seeing none. Acting City Manager Blakeman.
Thank you, sir. Give you some highlights here from community development. 23,972 building inspections have been done so far year to date in 2022. We have a 97% compliance rate for code enforcement with 10,790 total case actions. Please remember to RSVP before August 30th for the September 7 tour of the new Amazon facility in the Nexus Building Park. And that tour is scheduled for between 9 and 10:30 a.m. The State of the City luncheon is confirmed for October 13 at the Bison Ridge Recreation Center, and our own Mayor Huesman will be giving the keynote address there. Public Works has updated us that the Quebec Parkway Mill and Overlay started last weekend. The milling is completed, and the paving is scheduled for this upcoming weekend. And there are other mill and overlay work projects that will be commencing also in the first week of September. A little bit of update on that rain and wind cleanup. A lot of time was spent this week repairing the soft surface trails at several of our trails. And trees that were blown over have been mostly dealt with in most areas. And then cleaning up after the flood was also done in Fairfax Park, Lesval Park, Olive Park, and Monaco Park. with numerous illegal dumping cleanups that also occurred again this week. PRG's Music in the Park. This past Thursday, we hosted at Frontera Park, and it sounds like there were quite a few people that had attended that, about 250 people.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to ask. Does anybody on council wish to make a motion to extend this meeting? Councilmember Grimes?
So moved. Do you need a specific amount of time, or?
I do.
I move to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
Have a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Is there a second? Mr. Davis?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Ms. Blakeman, please continue. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, and I only have one more here for you. The next one is this upcoming Tuesday, August 16th. That's the makeup from the July 28 date. It will be Calmando Salsa at Turnberry. That's all I have for you tonight.
Thank you, ma'am. I do have a question regarding the mill and overlay on Quebec Parkway. It's great that it's being done from 72nd Avenue to Highway 2, but while I was driving in this morning or this evening, I noticed that the section from 72nd Avenue to 64th Avenue is in no better condition than the section that we are just milled and overlay. Is there a reason why we didn't do the entire section there in order to do it all in one shot instead of now we're going to have to figure out when this other section of Quebec Parkway is going to be done?
Jason, do you know by chance?
I'm looking for my update from the Public Works Director, sir. Give me one moment.
Okay. Does anybody else on council have any questions for Ms. Blakeman? Seeing none, Mr. Hayter?
If I could just take a couple minutes here to give you some updates with regards to two litigation issues that we're currently involved in. The first is with regard to the designation of water use along under Regulation 38. There was a hearing held today. There was pretty much like a pre-hearing scheduling type of order to set the logistics for the September 12th hearing. Initially, the city had requested 15 minutes to present during that meeting. We ceded 10 minutes of that time to the Coalition Environmental Justice and the Coalition to further develop their facts in the record at that hearing. So there will still be a final scheduling order that will come down based on the different parties and how they're basically swapping time and to make sure that we could put our best foot forward in terms of our arguments in partnership with that. But since the city kind of builds off what the coalition is doing, we ceded it 10 minutes of the time that we had initially asked for back to them, so they would have more time to develop their presentation. So we have outside counsel, of course, preparing for that September 12th hearing. The other item I wanted to let you know about was with regard to our litigation with HB 22-1024. We had a in-court hearing last week. You know that initially our plan was to try to have that statute set aside as unconstitutional. At this point, the court was not confident in its ability to do so in the context of Rule 57M motion. So our partners, the City of Denver, are further briefing the court on that issue. In the meantime, the state has now threatened to file counterclaims against the different defendant agencies, including basically saying that our tax code is unconstitutional, and also threatening to or demanding that all the school districts be brought into the case as third-party plaintiffs. I don't know if they mean all the school districts in the state or if they mean the school districts in our jurisdictions. So we're waiting to see those filings within the next few days. Pardon?
I believe that would actually help our case.
Well, We'll see, because, I would say that if they want to bring in all the parties in the state, it'd be interesting. But whether it would help or hinder, we could talk about at a later date. That being said, I just want to make sure you're aware of those two pieces of litigation as they're moving forward. At this time, I don't have anything else to report to you, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Seeing none. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So as it currently stands, it is scheduled for next year. With respect to this year, the response that I've received is that cost versus budget versus other requirements for needing mill and overlay, we had to break it out into two different phases.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody on council wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to start first by wishing City Council member Susan Noble a happy birthday. Today is her birthday, so I wanted to say happy birthday to her.
Happy birthday. Should we all sing?
And then on last Thursday, I attended the Senior Commission meeting, and then also later on that day, I went to the music in the park and had a great band. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got an announcement to make this evening. My family has made the decision to move out of the city to be in my husband's hometown where his parents still live. It's our goal to help them age in place. And for those reasons, I will be putting my house on the market next week. And I wanted the community and the staff and council to know that before there's a sign in my front yard. This is not a reflection of my commitment to this position or to our residents, but simply a choice that we're making as a family to help care for my in-laws. I intend to continue serving until such time that our home sells, and I will keep council abreast of that as we work through the process. I just didn't want anyone to be surprised or rumors to fly when a sign pops up in my yard next week. So that is all.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I'd like to commend you for putting your in-laws first and family first. I know that's a big decision for you to make, but to make that commitment, that means a lot. My family means a lot to me. I am dealing with my own aging mother and aging mother-in-law, so I'm going to call you Megan. So, that's a big decision, and I commend you for doing that. And happy birthday to Councilmember Noble as well. And then my report is that I attended the CDPHE SEP meeting that was held at Eagle Point. And right after that, I went into the next room where the EPAC meeting was being held. And then from there, I went to music in the park at Frontera. I didn't make it actually into the celebration. I saw somebody who called me over, and I ended up sitting on the wall the whole evening talking to them. And then I did go in and thank all of the staff members from Public Works for putting on such a great event. The other thing that I wanted to mention was that we have 2 TED Talk stars here in Commerce City, and they were actually invited to do TED Talks. So that's Lucy Molina. She gave a talk on environmental justice. And then Olga Gonzalez, who serves as the Cultivando executive director, did a fabulous talk on what it means to have pomateras in the community and how they empower others to take action. Both of them were fabulous, and if you get a chance, they're on YouTube, so I would check them out. And I just wanted to say that because I thought they did a wonderful job, and I am so proud of both of them for stepping up and doing something like that. And getting invited, that's a big deal. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Quick recognition to all the efforts put in by the Cultural Council, specifically Abe has done a fantastic job. The event tomorrow night being rescheduled. Abe has put in tireless effort to make sure that the music in the parks continue to be successful. So I really appreciate him. Happy birthday to Councilwoman Noble, and happy birthday to Councilman Madero, which was yesterday. So happy birthday to both of you. There should be a massive cake in the back for us all to eat while you're not here.
I definitely think we need to talk to Ms. Peters about why there's no cake. Of course, my blood sugar and my waistline probably appreciates the fact that there's not. I tried, but I got to ask, how much would it have cost to do the additional section of? I can't let this one go. I'm sorry, I tried.
I don't have that information immediately accessible, sir, but we can bring it back for discussion on next Monday, given that we'll be before you on the budget.
I mean, we just reappropriated over $12 million from last year. I mean, the entire pavement maintenance contract was only in the realm of 2.6 million or so.
The lowest bid was 2.2, sir.
Okay, just so, I mean, I can't imagine that one section was significantly, considering the amount of work that's gonna get done with crack repair and everything else that has to be out there. I struggle with, we've only done half the job. And like I said, the condition from 64th to 72nd is no better than what it was from 72nd to Highway 2. And I can just see the comments that are gonna come now that we only did half the job. I'm struggling with the mindset, especially whenever we just reappropriated over $12 million on why it is that we couldn't just get this done in one shot and be done with it for another 5 to 7 years. But anyways, my report is that I attended the Board of Adjustment meeting last week. It was fun, had a good time, and that's all I have for that. Do you have any follow-up? No?
No,
Great.
sir.
We're adjourned. Have a good night. Have a good week. What? Councilmember Noble?
I had a council report. Thank you.
We have 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
It's not
and
me. That's the ordinance you just passed, says we have 2 minutes.
Unless we vote on it again. Don't waste my time, sir. Water Commission meeting last week. Oh, you're right. I want to add that I was reassured by the words of the head of South Adams Water and Sanitation District regarding the PFAS and PFOA treatment that they're doing. They said that they have the levels down below detectable, which is the new detectable level that the EPA has put forward. However, irrigation water is not treated. So your sprinkler system water is not treated. That means it still has detectable levels of PFAS and PFOA in it. So keep that in mind if you see pets drinking from it or it's on your vegetables or whatever the case might be. So do be careful about that. And I was at the Senior Commission and Music in the Park, and I talked to so many people at Music in the Park. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I tested positive with COVID on Saturday night. So for anyone who had contact with me, please keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I also was at the Water Commission meeting. Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good week. We're adjourned.